Let me just open the face camera. Well, I need to check if the audio's working on the thingy. Then I'll open the face camera. Right, it's right. The audio's working on the phone. Yeah. Right, I'm just changing a few settings. Right, I'll enable the face camera. Now, I guess before anyone joins this and chats on here directly, I'll just say this is a birthday stream, but I've got plans tomorrow, so I won't be able to do a stream like this, so I thought I'd do it today, so then I get it out of the way and things. Not to mention, I thought if I do the first part of the Cineworld list, you know, that I normally do, like at the end of a year, but because there's like so much, and I've been way more times before this year compared to last year. I've been like, I don't know, nearly 70 times last year before birthday, and then now it's like nearly 80. In fact, over 80. I thought I'd do some of it now, and then when we get to the end of the year, we'll do the remainder of it. Because I just don't want to sit for hours just talking about the Cineworld list. So I thought, if I do that, then it'll just make things a lot easier, and it'll probably it'll probably give us extra time to look at other things on the stream as well, and things. I don't know if anyone's gonna join this, but we're gonna see. They probably will. I just gotta wait. I think I'll make other announcements as well while I'm here, while I wait. First off, obviously I've got more Let's Plays. So I've got Wii Sports coming out, the first episode tomorrow, if everyone's excited about. I bet a lot of people will be excited about Wii Sports, the Let's Play I've done. I was originally going to start it on the 6th, so the day after, but I thought, how about a day early or something? That could be amazing. And I've got a couple of other Let's Plays, Mega Man Powered Up and Kirby Planet Robobot. I'm still currently editing some of the episodes of the Planet Robobot, but yeah. I'm also working on a huge project as well, but I can't really disclose what that is yet, but it is a huge project that will be uploaded on this channel. It's not a Let's Play though, but I'll go into specifics like really later on and things. And technically I was going to discuss this last year, but I forgot to. About Rating versus Rating, the series. I've made a decision that I'm not going to continue the series this year. So there will not be a single new video of Rating versus Rating this year. New episodes will start in 2027, at the beginning of that year. This is so I can do extra research on the games and the films and the TV series, along with the different rating systems that so many people keep requesting, that I never got a chance to research them. Because I've got like so much college stuff and things, and it's just been such a hassle. And the fact that I've also been doing GCSEs, it's just a pain in the arse, and it meant that I could really only work on smaller videos, so not really much research on Rated versus Rating, really. Mainly just the rating systems I know and things. And that's also why the updated and changed rating series was always just BBFC later on. Because they were just the easiest I can do. The easiest I can research and things. So, yeah, there's that. And a user also requested that I do like an additional kind of episode, so similar to the updated series, where I do different franchises that have, like, let's say a film in a franchise was a lower rating, but then the sequel gets a higher rating. They've requested something like that, and I think that's actually kind of a good idea. So I think I could do that in the series as well. I'm still working on it though, restructuring the series altogether. well, in terms of the updated ratings episodes. But I think I'll have a similar style with those new kind of episodes as well, if I can get to them and things. The only exceptions for rating versus rating videos this year will be compilations. So aside from compilations, there will not be a new video uploaded this year. You can still make suggestions on what I should include though, and things. This is so it gets to research more. So and things. And the fact that rating versus rating takes a lot of research to do as well. I might as well just leave it out for 1 year, especially because I started the series in 2021, and but by the end of that year, around October, so, and there were only 10 episodes, and each year there's always 20 episodes, but except for that 1 year. So I'm gonna make 2026 the other year where there's only 10 episodes. So you could combine that year with 2021 to get 20 episodes as a whole. Plus, I've also reached the milestone of 100 episodes, so you might as well take a break if you're just gonna keep a series going. The series is gonna continue, but I just need to do a lot of restructuring and hopefully get a lot more research on the different rating systems that so many people requested. I'm hoping to get the Peggy and BBFC ones done outright. The BBFC versus Peggy ones, because I'm still struggling to find some games rated by the BBFC, because I've missed so many. And I don't even know the complete list, because there's no complete list online. And when I do search them on Google, it's usually things like on Nintendo platforms only, when there are way more examples and things. It's very difficult to research, and searching them up on the BBFC website doesn't really help either, because not every game's on there. So it kind of makes it a bummer, to be fair. Just making sure no one comes upstairs. Let me just check the settings. I'm just looking at there's no one watching the stream right now. I bet some people will join eventually, but the one view, I think it's just me on my phone. That's what I guess. But as you can see, I use Firefox now. I don't use Google Chrome anymore, because Google Chrome decided to be a bit of an asshole to me. So I thought, and decided to not show certain things, like on the homepage, for example, when you load up and all that. So I went to Firefox, and I just find it superior. So yeah, that's why the web browser's different, if you're wondering. Okay. Like, regardless if anyone joins, even if no one joins, like, during the first half, I'll do the Cineworld list anyway, because I just really want to get it out of the way, so... But at least I didn't have to go through the bullshit of not being able to stream at all like I have last year. I was only able to stream at the end of that last year, because, you know, housing issues and things, and we were putting in Airbnb and all that. But thankfully, we're in a proper house now, so... God, I'm getting sweating. It's like so hot outside. Has anyone ever survived that heat wave that the UK had? Jesus. Because it was something. It was definitely something. Is anyone gonna join? I don't know. We'll still wait a few minutes. I think if we wait long enough, then I'll get to the list anyway. Because it's got to be done regardless. Because, yeah, you know me. Might as well just hover over this YouTube studio thing while we wait. And all that. There's also stream settings. Oh, there is another viewer now. Okay, but obviously it does not say who's the viewer. Things. I mean, sometimes they also don't update properly as well. Sometimes it'll say like you've got one view, even though someone else is commenting or something. And there's two watching. So it's a bit glitch sometimes, but most of the time you can trust the thingamajig, whatever it's called. Now it just says one's watching. I'm not sure if that was a glitch or if someone went on a stream and was like, not bothered. But the stream is healthy. Oh boy, when will the stream be unhealthy? When it starts eating too much. Okay. Dual stream? What? Connect a vertical stream from your encoder into a shorts feed. Oh, is that when people can make shorts version of a stream? Is that why some people stream two versions? Because I never did a short style stream before. I don't know. I'm not even experienced with that, so. Closed captions, as if you're gonna have captions on a stream. I think they're primarily for the end, like after a stream ends. I assume. Then what is this? Okay. Stream is healthy. Okay. Create highlight video. Oh, that's where you can highlight stuff from a stream. Stream marker. I don't know what that is. And obviously share a stream. If I click my. Okay, it's just the same as YouTube Studio. I guess I am in YouTube Studio, so it makes sense. But yeah, this is what I mean by having it easier with Firefox. So you see all this here. Google Chrome decided, no, we're not going to show them to you now, even after pinning them. So at least with Firefox, I keep them permanently now. So yeah, and it never glitched. So I can access things easily, along with other tabs over there and things. Along with accessing the BBFC site easily and all that. Obviously, redesign. The BS thing that I bet some people know of mine, they took away the recently rated page. So, yeah, so even if you change the URL, recently rated, you get an error screen now. They've permanently removed the page from existence. And not everyone is happy about that. I'm sure no one's happy about that whatsoever. So, that means I have to constantly search a film just to know when it's been rated. In fact, I'll search for one now. Has The End of Oak Street been rated yet? No, it hasn't. Only the trailer ads. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to search this like every day just to know when it finally gets rated. Like the film itself. That's obviously the trailer or one of the trailers. What's another film I can think of at the top of my head? Oh yeah, the new Resident Evil. Has that been rated yet or not? No, it hasn't. Yeah, only the trailer has. So yeah, I'm gonna have to search those films every day, just so then I can find when it's finally been rated and things. It's such a hassle to go through. Now, obviously, with some films, we expect them to get the ratings. Obviously, there's Spider-Man there. We obviously expected that to be 12A. Along with other things. didn't know if I was expecting the Odyssey to be 15, but after hearing about its R rating, I was kind of expecting it. Moana, I have not seen that. I've heard it's awful. Worse than the animated one, despite having The Rock in it. And I expected Evil Dead Burn to be 18 as well. So, but yeah, no recently rated page anymore. It's all gone. So you're gonna have to do the most BS way of knowing when a film's been rated. Sometimes you don't even know if a film's been reclassified as well, because sometimes they get resubmitted for reclassification. But now you're not gonna know if they're ever gonna do that for a film. Even if it gets the same rating or a different rating or whatnot, you're still not going to know if it's going to happen unless you search it. So, if it's like a Pacific Anniversary or something, maybe, because you could just search that a bunch of times and then boom. But sometimes you can get 4K restorations, which can be from any year, and sometimes you still don't know if they've gotten reclassified and things, even if it's not for a cinema release and it's for other means like home entertainment and things. So, yeah. It's a bit BS, but at least the IFCO kind of do have a recently rated page, but not truly. They call it upcoming releases, really, and some films are just not on there, even though they were before. They were clearly there before, some of them, but still. So they kind of still have it, but it's not what the BBFC's was like. I'm surprised they've rated Angry Birds Movie 3 already, and we've got to wait until December for that one. God, Christ. And they've rated some 2027 releases already. Yeah, we got to wait a whole more months before these two, right here. I don't think the BBFC have rated these yet either, so... It proves that they rate stuff really early and things. Okay. But yeah, it's been interesting now. We lost one of the most important things on the BBFC's website, the recently rated page. And only for us to do it the most BS way possible is by searching a film multiple times just to find it. So, yeah. Okay. Right, before I will do the Cineworld list again, I'm just going to look at the analytics. I'm just going to my analytics audience. Okay. Right, I'm going to show you this. That is pretty much the average views I would get per day. I think across any video on the channel. So, and then that's the live count here. How is no one in this stream yet? Unless they've got work or something, or they didn't get the notification or something, I don't know. I have no clue. I'll still wait for a bit, and... Yeah, you obviously got the age stuff as well, things. How is most viewers from non-subscribers? What? That don't make sense. You would think most viewers are from subscribers. But I guess not, apparently. I mean, it might be the case with one video on my channel, which is that Kirby video, which has got over 1 million views now. I'm not even kidding. It has more views than Game Explains. Okay, it says 2 watching there, but it says 1 on my phone. Let me brief. Okay. The chat's fine, it seems. Okay, anyways. Regardless. Popular. Yeah, 1 million views. I'm surprised that I got that many. That is way more views than Game Explain's video on a similar thing where they also do this. And they even commented on a post that I made about this. I'm gonna have to find it somewhere. All BBFC stuff and shared stuff, obviously. Yeah, the wrong image. That's not Raging Bull. That's Goodfellas. That image. Had to. Oh yeah, anyone remember Sam Neill? Yeah, rest in peace, Sam Neill. Oh yeah, it was Sylvester Stallone's birthday last month and all. I had to comment because he's one of my favourite actors. Where? There it is. So here, so obviously I think that link here is to Game Explain's version. One of them actually commented, yeah, there's Game Explain, right? Yeah, congrats on the 1 million views and for beating us to it. We're not like totally super jealous or anything. I'm not sure who exactly wrote the comment. I'm gonna guess it's Andre because he's one of the main members, but it's most likely him. So yeah, most likely Andre. But yeah, surprisingly got a comment from Game Explain, which I'm surprised. I think I made a comment on that video as well, and they arted it as well, so... Yeah, despite being many years old. The fact that mine got 1 million is just a miracle, and the fact that theirs is still... How much views has theirs got? As of now? They've only got under 900k views. So, yeah, they are like 100,000 below me, so... That is so surprising, and their video existed since 2012. Actually, a few days before its American release. How on earth did they get the game early? It must have been a review copy or something. But, my god. They managed to get that game really early. It came out on September 16th, I believe, in America, the Dream Collection. Yet the this video is from the 13th, so they got it 3 days earlier. Or at least according to this, they might have gotten it earlier, but... So, and there's my comment right there. And they even arted it. Yeah, I'm surprised that miracle happened. And mine's slightly newer. So, well, only the English version got that many views. The Japanese one is way behind. Only 87,000 views the Japanese version has. So, yeah. And all that. Bit interesting, but... I forgot I had that. I have to move that to my extra channel one day, because it can't stay on this one, surely. And things. Okay, I know no one's in this stream yet, but I'm just gonna do the Cineworld list anyway. I don't care. I don't care if this will be a completely empty stream. What I care about at the end of the day is oh whoa, I need to let me do some... at least you can't see anything yet. I'm just sorting things out. Slideshow. Use presenter view. Is that? Okay, there we go. Yeah, it's working now. Okay. Because it was showing presenter view on the other side. Oh, hey, Doctor. I only just saw the message there. Okay, at least we have got someone in the chat now, so... I'm not sure what to say, but... But yeah, if you didn't know, this is a kind of... How's it going? Oh, everything's going fine, I'd say. This is technically a birthday stream, but my birthday's tomorrow, but... I have plans tomorrow, so I just decided to stream today. And I thought for this stream specifically, I'll go through my Cineworld list from January to August. So then when I go to the end of the year, I'm not just talking for like 3 hours about just my Cineworld visits, like last time with my 2025 one. So, yeah, happy early birthday, yeah. Your iPad is moving slow. Is it for, like, the internet or something? The iPad moving slow? Or just my stream in general? It seems to be working fine on my phone. Then again, it could be my internet. So, okay. I'm just gonna stretch and things. Oh, I've got my cup of tea here. My tea bag is still in there. Probably that, is it? Yeah, probably the stream that, or internet rather. Sorting my tea bag out. I don't normally keep the tea bag in, but somehow I did for this instance. Yeah. Oh, your iPad mostly, not the stream. All right. Okay. Right, so I'm gonna go through the list anyway. I think after I speak about the Pacific film, I'll get to read in a new message. If your new message comes right as I start it, I'll read it after. So, all right. Yeah, my mother's working outside, just working on the fence and things. So no one's in the house right now. So, anyways, if I have to mute at any point, it's probably because someone's walking upstairs and things. So if that interruption happens, I'm sorry. That's to any viewer, really. So I will be editing the stream once I've finished it, so I can cut all those parts out. And that's also why I've got the chat replay on the side there to preserve the chat. Because after editing a video, or not a video, a stream, the chat completely removes itself, and there's no way of getting it again. So pretty much all the messages become lost media, essentially. So if we put it on the side here, we can essentially preserve it. So, yeah. Right. So, yeah. Without further ado, I'm gonna just start this because I've been waiting like nearly half an hour now to do this, and I was just mostly explaining future of the channels before anyone joined. So far, we only got Dark Dogs are here, but there could be other viewers as well. Maybe some familiar faces, but right. So I'm gonna go through the Cineworld list now. From January to August, and this is up. So my last visit was yesterday, and I'll get to that. Would be cool if I could chat on Discord with you, since mostly commenting on here is pretty limiting due to how much you get, how much you type on. I would. So do you mean like voice? Do you mean like voice calls or something? Because right now Discord is not open on my PC, so oh god. And I think for this stream specifically, I'll just have just my voice for this stream, but yeah, correct voice. But hey, in the future we could do something like that. Yeah, because I know one time you were mentioning about the censored gaming thing. So okay, but anyways, right, I'll just go through the list. Any new messages I'll read afterwards. Right, so here's the first visit. Oh, it's moved on to the other monitor. My first visit was Anaconda, the 2025 movie. Now, this did come out in 2025 on Christmas Day in most countries, but the UK got it on Boxing Day because most cinemas are not even open on Christmas Day. I think some Cineworlds are, but a lot of them aren't. My local one isn't. So, obviously this is considered a meta reboot, and I say that because it's not only based on the Anaconda films, mainly the '97 original, but it's basically kind of a sequel as well. But it's also about making another Anaconda film, so it's essentially not a film within a film, but I don't know what you call it. That's why they call it a meta reboot. So yeah, obviously it's a great comedy as well with Jack Black in it. Obviously he's a great comedian in films. Paul Rudd's performance is great as well, and all that. There's nothing much I can really say about this. It is. I mean, I actually kind of prefer this Anaconda film to the other ones. Most of the direct-to-video ones are just awful. Even the Lake Placid crossover, and I've watched all the Lake Placid films along with that as well. Most of them are just awful, especially the CGI with the crocodile. But this Anaconda film is just way better than the other Anaconda films and the Lake Placid films. But still, oh, I'm swaying a bit. Oh yeah, but this is not the only film released on Boxing Day. You'll find out in a moment. Boxing Day, interesting, yeah. I think that's when most films come out, like at the end of the year in the UK. If they come out on Christmas Day, they often get on Boxing Day in other countries because cinemas are not open on Christmas Day. Usually, I think some Cineworlds are, but the one I'm near doesn't open on Christmas Day at all. So I'm out of luck there. I don't know if it'll show films like these either. So I think it's only a couple of films they'll show as well. So it's very limiting as well. Right. The other film that came out on Christmas Day in the US and Boxing Day in the UK would be Marty Supreme. Obviously a brand new film. Also 2025 release. So they're one of the only two films that came out in 2025, but I saw them early this year. Because I did go to Cineworld at the end of last year, but twice, but they were for like the newer releases before Christmas. So, Marty Supreme, I kind of like the concept of its story, but it's quite long, and the fact that it's quite long is not what surprised me. Most films nowadays are really long, but I was not expecting 2 hours 30 for this, or 150 minutes, as some like to say. But I do like Timothée Chalamet's performance in this. A couple of other performances in there as well. And the thing about tennis is just I don't even know much to say about this, to be fair. I can't think of much to say about this. You definitely haven't seen this one. I mean, it's worth watching, but it is quite long, I've got to say, and it is something. I don't know if I'm not sure if it is based on a true story or not, or it's based around something around in the, I think, the 1960s or 1950s. I can't remember exactly, but it's definitely set in the olden years. So that's all I can say about Marty Supreme. All right, first re-release this year, Labyrinth, back from 1986, for its 40th anniversary re-release, and also 2026 also marks 10 years after David Bowie passed away, because he died in 2016. Labyrinth is obviously a cult classic, a film by Jim Henson. You probably know Jim Henson for The Muppets. He made Labyrinth as well. I think he made a few other films as well, before his passing in, was it 1990 he died? I think it was 1990. But basically where this girl, who Jennifer Connelly plays, is looking for her brother, I believe, and the main villain, who David Bowie plays, basically kidnaps the brother and the little brother, and she just tries to rescue him. And it's got like mysterious creatures in this as well, all puppet styled, so it is in style of the Muppets, so you can tell it's Jim Henson right away. That's why it's so similar to the Muppets. Yeah. And I'm surprised this is one of the very first re-releases we got this year. And I was kind of expecting this to get re-released like ever since late last year, because I just heard that it was going to happen. So yeah, and at the time I had not seen this film, and that was my first time seeing it. It also got reclassified to PG. This was originally rated U in the UK, which meant all ages, and I can definitely agree with the PG. I think when I was there at the cinema, I think there was a couple in front of me, and they were reading that description, the mild scary scenes and things. They were reading that, and I think the I'm not sure if it was, I'm not sure which one it was, but one of them was like, oh, scary scenes. Oh, I think you need to hold me tight for this. That's what they said in front of me, implying that they're going to be scared or something. There were like other reactions to BBFC black cards and things, but still, yeah. I think I have heard of Labyrinth. Also, know it because of the E3 2019 Nintendo Direct. What, like, of like relating to this film or something else that's Labyrinth related? Though I could be thinking of something else. Probably something else. I mean, I can't even think of anything Nintendo related for Labyrinth. Well, this film specifically, but but anyways, one of my favourite horror films of this year, believe it or not, but it came really early on. 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple. Direct sequel to, well, 28 Years Later, and obviously that's one of my favourite films of last year. This one is more gorier than its predecessor. It was shot back to back with its predecessor, despite having a different film director and using different camera equipment. The first 28 Years Later was shot on iPhones, believe it or not, but the second one was shot using cameras, proper camera equipment. Overall, this is the fourth installment of the 28 Days Later, and I've watched all the 28 Days Later films at Cineworld as well. The original 28 Days Later, and 28 Weeks Later, and 28 Years Later, and now this, The Bone Temple, the direct sequel. This is actually considered the best one in the series, despite being a box office bomb. I'm going to guess it's a box office bomb primarily because it released like 6 to 7 months after the first 28 Years Later came out. And probably just the title alone. Some people probably thought, 28 Years Later, I've already seen that, why are they issuing it again? But they don't realise that it's a sequel, so... some people jokingly call it an expansion pack of the first film, but in reality it's just a proper sequel. But it is more brutal than its predecessor. Like I said, that's why it's 18 certificate compared to the predecessor's 15. But and there is a third film in the works as well, but we don't know much about that. But we just know a third film is happening. Because this is in a trilogy. This is basically meant to be in a trilogy, so of the 28 Years Later trilogy. So technically we'll have 5 films in the 28 Days Later series, but 3 of them are a part of a trilogy, which is 28 Years Later as a whole. And we already have 2 films. But I do like this one, Ralph Fiennes, which I only just found out that his name is pronounced Ralph Fiennes. I always said Ralph Fiennes before, but I realised you actually pronounce it as Rafe, even though you literally spell Ralph. I don't know why you pronounce it as Rafe, but... Okay, but anyways, yeah, Ralph Fiennes' performance is brilliant here, along with Jack O'Connell. He's cool as well. And I just like this film a lot, despite being a very early film this year. Anyways, moving on. Blue Velvet, this is another 40th anniversary release. This was a part of the David Lynch celebration season. Obviously, David Lynch was a filmmaker. He died last year. Also in January, so I guess they did it this year in January to honour his memory a year later. It was also technically 40 years since Blue Velvet came out, so they might as well mark this as a 40th anniversary release. I don't know if it... Oh, it is 4K restoration as well, it says on the poster, but... Oh, but my god, I was not expecting this film. It's a noir kind of film. There's just a bunch of sex in this. I can't really explain too much, but... yeah. Tons of old shows and movies getting re-released is amazing. Yeah, absolutely. Cineworld does that a lot. They've done they've mostly re-released films from 1986 this year. They've done Labyrinth and then Blue Velvet and then a couple of others later on, which we'll get to later on as well. And also usually that they re-release for only one day. So I saw this on the 20th. I think that was the only day it was showing, at least at Cineworld, at least. It might have been, maybe at other cinemas, they might have been showing for more days, maybe started screening at later days or earlier days, but But at Cineworld, at least, it was only that day for this one, at least. I think for others there are some exceptions, but for the most part, it's just one day. So, and it's usually around 7 p.m. or 6 p.m. if the film's over 3 hours, but most of the time they're not. So this is only 2 hours. So, but I did like it. I mostly liked Dennis Hopper's performance in this because he's one of those like villain-based characters again, like every other film he's in. Too bad he passed many years ago, though. Still. Another part of the David Lynch celebration would be Mulholland Drive. Technically 25th anniversary, even though it wasn't labelled as that specifically. This film was just so bizarre, I have to say. I was a bit confused with this one. I can't really explain much, but it is just a bit confusing to me. I think there's a couple of other films by David Lynch that have confused me as well. I've also watched Lost Highway recently. That is also very confusing. That did not re-release in cinemas, but still, that was so weird as well. And I got more confused with that one than Mulholland Drive, but I did like Mulholland Drive. It's really great. Naomi Scott is no, not Naomi Scott. Naomi Watts, actually. Yeah, Naomi Watts. Has a great performance in this. I can't remember who other famous person is in this, but there's not much to say really on this. And then Wild at Heart. I think this is one of the better ones. Obviously, out of those three, I prefer Blue Velvet, but the second best out of all these, I would say Wild at Heart. Another David Lynch classic, not celebrating an anniversary this time. Good old Nicolas Cage, because he's kind of cool. Everyone likes Nicolas Cage. Now, this one was a bit more brutal, especially at the beginning. And near the end as well. What you typically find in action films of the 90s most of the time. But I do like this. It won Best Picture of Cannes Film Festival in 1990. That's surprising. That's what the poster says, at least. I think this is about a couple who love each other, and then that they like each other, but the male who Nicolas Cage plays turns out to also be a criminal, and the parents of the female, who I think is Laura Dern, who plays her, try to get her away from him, but they want to be together, so they try to escape and all that, and yeah. You have so many Blu-rays of shows and movies, though one section is dedicated to discotheque media, who tend to release a bunch of fan favourite or requested anime and some other stuff. Cool. 18, I think that's the equivalent. Yeah, 18 is pretty much an equivalent to an R rating, but the R rating is also an equivalent to the 15 rating as well in the UK, because I'd say 18 is more of an equivalent to NC-17, but the difference here is that unlike in America, where the NC-17 rating is a kiss of death potentially, over here we're completely fine with the 18 rating. There's no restrictions on showing them. Obviously, other than the fact that people under that age cannot go in, other than even with an adult. But other than that, they don't have problems showing them. So, and when they don't show a film, it's likely because, well, they're either not interested in that film, that cinema chain, or they probably just don't have a license to show that film. So that's why some new films that come out don't get shown in, maybe not get shown in your local cinema, because maybe that reason or others. Yo, Spyco's here. You know Shout Studios, known for some niche films to... No, I've not heard of that. Oh, it's NC-17. Never ran into those in a store outside of a bootleg hentai with Goku on it. Goku? Well, not Dragon Ball Goku, do you mean, right? I mean, I think for the most part you could say the 18 rating is equivalent to the R rating, but for the most part I would say NC-17, even though, and I say mostly that because most R-rated films that come here get rated 15, so like nowadays we hardly get 18 rated stuff. Now this is an old film. I think the last time this film was rated is 2016, so it was 10 years ago since this was rated. I feel like this would still be 18 worthy nowadays, this film, primarily because of the violence, but there are films that get reclassified to 15, so and those will be the ratings that will be shown here, so yeah, so if some of you are wondering, but that film's rated 18, not 15, well, it is now, in some cases, at least. You could also argue different versions and things, but yeah, the Goku thing, best you don't talk about it. Ah, right, I bet it's something interesting. Okay. Right, let's move on. Now, everyone's favourite independent movie from a popular YouTuber, Iron Lung. Created by Markiplier, you know, the YouTuber Markiplier, famous YouTuber. And he created his very first independent film, Iron Lung, based on the 2022 video game of the same name. I have never played the game Iron Lung, so I didn't know much about this. And I pretty much saw this film on the day it came out. And even though it's set in like one room, technically, it's still worth watching. I think initially I thought, yeah, maybe the UK is not going to get this film, but it turns out in the end they did. After I saw it on the Cineworld website, I thought, oh yeah, Iron Lung's finally coming to Cineworld in the UK. Because I thought this was going to be US exclusive. Only a few theatres would be showing this, but actually it expanded wide thanks to fans hopping into their local cinema chains and requesting the film to be shown. In most countries, I think some countries were still excluded, but for the most part, they got this film shown, and it, although mixed reviews, I can probably understand why, because some users are probably don't know who Markiplier is, but when I went there, the cinema was packed. There was a lot of people there. They were all Markiplier fans, essentially, so... Hey, the Markiplier movie, you need to see it, actually. Yeah, I think it's only streaming on YouTube, though. It's not on services like Netflix, unfortunately, or Prime Video. I think it's only on YouTube. So you would have to pay on YouTube to actually watch it now. So I think it is coming out on physical media as well. But as far as streaming, it's only on YouTube right now. I doubt it'll come to other platforms. I think Markiplier himself discussed it as well. He discussed the troubles of getting it on YouTube as well, and things. I've been talking a lot. I need to drink. Oh god. Yeah. Well, this is actually the second video game based movie this year, but I've seen this first. We'll get to the first one later on. Okay, okay, I hope it gets a Blu-ray release. I think it should. Alright, Shelter. Watch this after... this came out on the same day as Iron Lung and I think a few others. It's just another one of those usual action films with Jason Statham. Similar to films like The Beekeeper and The Working Man. If you've seen them, they're just standard action films with Jason Statham once again. Shelter is pretty much the same, and we're getting another Jason Statham movie this month, Mutiny, and I bet it's just going to be the same thing over and over again. It's just Jason Statham fighting a bunch of people, so yeah. I think Shelter is a bit unique though, because it's also about him. It's also about him looking after a young girl who, I can't remember much of the plot, but basically looking after a young girl, basically. So looking after her is her safety, and it's his mission to do that. So that's what the poster says there. Her safety, his mission. Nothing much to say, it's just another action Jason Statham movie. There's the other video game-based movie this year, Return to Silent Hill. Obviously based on the Silent Hill franchise. Specifically, this one's more based on Silent Hill 2. The game Silent Hill 2. And it's the third Silent Hill film overall after the 2006 film Silent Hill and Silent Hill Revelation, which released back in 2012. I kind of preferred Revelation than the first one, but Return to Silent Hill is great as well. But I think overall, I kind of prefer Revelation, to be fair. That was more based on Silent Hill 3. But obviously, this did not get good reviews whatsoever. It was expected that this would not get great reviews, because the first two films also received negatively reviews. This is no different. But the benefits are, at least we did get another Silent Hill film, because it's been so many years since we had one. But let me tell you, we got way more video game movies this year after this. This was the first one. Island was the second, but I just saw Island first and then this. But that's besides the point. It's mostly dark and it's mostly just scary, this film, for the most part. But I wasn't really scared at all, to be fair. But yeah, it's just Silent Hill. Silent Hill, yeah. The Graduate was next. This was a part of the award season, so the difference this year with the award season is last year the award season was just brand new films that just won at the Oscars and things, or were acclaimed at the Oscars and things. This was a mix of old and new releases. They did old films first, and then later on they mostly did the newer stuff like they did last year. So one of the first ones they did was The Graduate. I think this was the second one in the season. I think the one before this was the Silence of the Lambs, but I didn't go to see that in cinemas. But The Graduate was afterwards. I went to see that. This is the oldest film I've seen at the cinema. Before this, the oldest would have been The Italian Job, which I saw back in 2024 for its 55th anniversary. Now the oldest would be this, The Graduate. A classic with good old Dustin Hoffman. There's a bit about this film, but you can tell by the poster that it is something. One of the iconic lines is, "Are you trying to seduce me?" That's one of the iconic lines, like Mrs. I can't remember the name now. Is it Mrs. Robinson? Are you trying to seduce me? I think that's the name. I can't remember exactly. Let's watch this. It's one of the most iconic lines in the film. But it's considered an Academy Award, apparently. The Best Director, Mike Nichols, apparently. And, no, Mike Nichols, it's pronounced, not Mike Nichols. Not Mike Nichols. Okay, anyways, even you're confused, Doctor. Yeah, if you've not seen this, I would watch it yourself, because it's something, but he is a graduate student, I guess, so, yeah. Primate, this is another brutal horror film this year. AKA, point of view when Donkey Kong enters the public domain in the next 70 years. And I write that because, obviously, you got horror films based on popular childhood memories, and then they get horror films based on them after they go in the public domain. I bet if Donkey Kong went public domain one day, they'll do something like this to him. Obviously, this isn't about DK, obviously. This is just another chimpanzee entirely. So, typically it's a chimpanzee who has rabies and then literally murders his victims. So, this, even though the film's quite short, only 89 minutes, which is 1 hour 29, I still think, it's still worth marketing it as an horror film, because the chimp comes out of nowhere at times, and the kills in this are absolutely brutal, and you're not going to believe it. And it proves that monkeys are a lot stronger than humans. So, yeah, it is bloody as hell. Not really confused. Was that about The Graduate by any chance? No. Okay, what else? Strangers Chapter 3, not great at all. Like the other films in the trilogy. Now, I decided at the time, I think when the first two of the trilogy came out, at the time I was like, yeah, I'm not bothered, they're going to be awful anyway. But then I decided, actually, you know what, Chapter 3 is coming out, I'm going to give the Strangers series a watch, and especially got the trilogy watched, and yeah, I was not so pleased about the trilogy either. I'd say the second one's the worst, because it's mostly just the main character just running around a hospital and the fields and things. And at one point kills a boar, but still. And, yeah, the third one, it's still not great, but I kind of prefer... I prefer this installment than the other two in the trilogy. And believe it or not, the filmmakers are actually planning to make a version of the trilogy all combined into one film, which will be 4 hours and include an intermission. That is actually going to happen one day. And if it does, I might do that as well. I'm not sure, just so I can see how long I can be in there. I have been in over 4 hours at least twice. Once was Return of the King, and next was Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair. I bet the third time will be Strangers Trilogy, all combined version. Yeah, it's still not too great, but I'd still have to give it a watch. Your comments are moving slow. Switching to your phone. I don't know if it could be the device you're on then that's slowing it down then. Maybe not the internet necessarily. But it says there were more people watching, but now it just says 2. I assume that's me and Doctor, but one time it said 4 viewers. I guess they just saw it and like, oh, cool stream, and then they're like, nope, not bothered. Anyways, A Knight's Tale. This is another 25th anniversary re-release, and it's also a 4K restoration as well. Only the theatrical version was screened, though, not the extended version, unfortunately. I didn't even know there was an extended version until after I saw this, but... and the dog's barking next door. Anyways, now it says 4 people's watching, but okay. This classic starring Heath Ledger, rest in peace, Heath Ledger, died in 2008. I have to say it is great overall, since he does play a knight, and like my mother was so obsessed with Heath Ledger, still is today, even after his passing. But he will rock you as well. That's what the poster says. I think this did show for a few days at my local cinema, but I saw it on the day it started re-releasing, but not much I gotta say. It's just a great classic from 2001. Could be, and it's back to 4. Oh yeah, back to 4 viewers now. Okay, what's next? Sleepless in Seattle. This is not a specific anniversary re-release. They just decided to re-release this film on Valentine's Day because they couldn't think of a Valentine's film that has a special anniversary release, so they just thought, I know, Sleepless in Seattle. We'll just re-release that. And it is a great film overall. I think the second collaboration with Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan, I think their first was Joe versus the Volcano. That was alright, but not too good. Their second collaboration, Sleepless in Seattle, was way better, though. So, yeah, it's just a standard re-release, but it is a great romantic film, I'd say, where they try to look for each other and things. Woody is in this film, yes. Well, just 2 years before Woody, exactly, because this was 1993, and that was 2 years before Toy Story came out, the first Toy Story. But yeah, you could say Woody's in this. God, I was not expecting that. Okay. Just a great romantic comedy. I think it's a comedy. Rain Man, this is another part of the awards season, also starring Dustin Hoffman, along with Tom Cruise. This was 1988. This film, I actually didn't know this before watching this, but apparently, I didn't know that Dustin Hoffman's character is meant to be an autistic person, so essentially the film is about autism before everyone knew what autism was. Because I don't think autism was a common thing back then compared to what it is now. Because nearly everyone knows what that is now. But I think back then not many people knew. So, and you could kind of tell because of his performance, he kind of acts like a shy kid, even though he's clearly an adult. Like there's like one scene where a character colours him and he's like something like that. Implies that he does not like being touched that way. Like it's not meant to be like inappropriately, but still that's just how he feels. So yeah, it's one of those examples where it's basically autism, but before we knew what autism was, basically. So yeah. Isn't Tom Cruise the guy Stan Marsh talks about? Oh yeah, in one of the South Park episodes, yeah. I think in South Park they parodied the actor. Yeah, and he's also the guy from Top Gun and Mission Impossible and all those things. He's got a new film this year. Yeah, not making the obvious. Yeah, I know what you mean. I remember that episode. Okay, No Country for Old Men, another part of the awards season. Also, what I like to call a film with barely any music in it at all. Like, there is music in this, but not a lot. It's mostly quiet. The most sounds you hear are just talking and gunshots and things, for the most part. You hardly hear things like music or anything. Even the start of the credits is just no music at all, so it's mostly just a quiet film. It could be its budget, but I'm not too sure on that. But it is a great film overall from 2007. Never seen this before this at the time, so yeah. You would have been 6 at the time at 2007. I was 2 by then, because I was born in 2005. So that's interesting. I can't really think of much else to say. It's got a lot of shooting in this, but still, No Country for Old Men, right? The Godfather, the first one from the 70s, absolutely long, also a part of the award season. I'm surprised they only included this one, and they did not include Part 2 or Part 3, despite them being classics as well. Now, the disappointing thing is that this did not have an intermission, despite The Godfather Part 2 actually having an intermission. But Part 1 didn't, for some reason, even on this re-release. I did like The Godfather, though. This was also my first time seeing it, so I'd never seen it before then, but it is a classic, good old Marlon Brando. And I believe Al Pacino as well, who also appears in the 2 sequels as well. Except Part 2 is also technically a prequel as well. Some parts are a prequel and the rest are a sequel, so yeah. It is a cult classic by Francis Ford Coppola. It's one of his most famous classics of all time, alongside his other films like Apocalypse Now and things. The Godfather is one of his best ones. In fact, the whole trilogy is considered one of his best works. But as far as re-releases, they only did the first one. They only reissued the first one. They didn't reissue the second one or the third one, despite them being classics as well. And for the third one, not even the Coda version, which is The Death of Michael Corleone, which is pretty much a new director's cut version that came out 6 years ago by now. Nothing much to say on The Godfather. It's just a cult classic. You've definitely not seen it, but heard of it. Oh, it is worth watching, definitely. It's really long, though. It's nearly 3 hours. Godfather Part 2 is, like, over 3 hours, though. And then Part 3, it depends on what version of Part 3 you watch, because the theatrical version is, like, almost 3 hours. And then the Coda version, which is the new version from 2020, it's 20 minutes shorter, but it's a differently made cut to the original, so that's the version I've watched personally. But yeah, Godfather Part 2 is really long, over 3. I think it's 3 hours 20, almost 3 hours 20, I think. So if you were watching that at the cinema, I think there is an intermission in that film though, because there was an intermission screen in that film when I watched that at home. So yeah, so I assume they would have paused it in cinemas during that part, and then there you go. Then Oh. Okay. Cold Storage. This is another new film, but honestly, although this is a great film, even though this is great, I honestly don't think it should have been a cinema release at all. Even when I went to see this with my father, even my father agrees that this should have not been a cinema release. This should have been straight to video, because it looks like a straight to video film just put onto your cinema screen. Like, it's not bad, but it just doesn't look like a film for the cinema, to be fair. That's how I look at it, at least. But it is a great film. You gotta like Liam Neeson's performance. Obviously, he's not one of those guys like he's not like the characters like he was in Taken and things, but he is still a great character in this, along with other performances as well. But the idea of this film, the fact that you just get mutated by something out of a cold storage, it's just interesting. And all that. There's nothing much I can say about this, really, other than the fact that it should have been a straight to video release, not a cinema release at all. It's still not a bad film, but it honestly should have been a straight to video release because it looks like one. Should probably snag a Blu-ray box set for Godfather if it's cheap, hopefully. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think my father has the Godfather films on Steelbook, and I think his Steelbook has both versions of Part 3, the theatrical and the Coda version. So if you're looking for the Coda version, I think you'll have to find a specific box set. But yeah. Gravity. This is another part of the awards season, and it's 90% space. That is it, pretty much. And only 10% of it, which is the ending, is set on Earth. So, I mean, the title makes sense because you don't really have gravity in space. So, but overall, it is a great film. It's a bit shocking, this film, I'd say. Starring both Sandra Bullock and George Clooney. Although George Clooney's character dies off later on, but it is still a great performance. Surprisingly, it's not even too long compared to other space films before this, but yes. And some space films after this, like Interstellar. I saw Interstellar last year, that's nearly 3 hours. This, Gravity, way shorter than that. Sure, you could argue Interstellar's not much of space either. There is mostly space, but more of it is ground as well, but still. But yeah, that's Gravity. I think there's hardly, like, camera switching as well. It's mostly shot in, like, one take or something, I think, most of it, but still. The Moment. Now, if anyone knows who Charlie XCX is, the famous British singer, you probably know this film as well. Maybe even her album Brat, because the album Brat is pretty much become popular, and that's what this film is pretty much about. Pretty much advertising the album, despite the album being 2 years before this film. And this is also the home of the Brat credit card. Now I wish I had one, to be fair. Yes, you can actually buy one. They don't function, though, like your average credit card, though. So, yeah, I'm not joking. Look it up. Heard of her, yeah. I think I've heard of her since, like, the early 2010s, but only just as a standard singer. And I think only recently became more famous again for films like that, for not only a Brat album, but also this film. I think one of the posters is literally similar to the album cover for Brat as well, so... Yeah, and I think most of her old albums have also been remade to look in the style of Brat as well, when I've looked that up. This film is basically a mockumentary. So a mockumentary is basically like a documentary, but fictional, you should say. So, although Charlie XCX is a real person, It's basically a fictional version of herself, but it's inspired by the real album Brat. And then the Brat credit card is basically a fictional thing as well. Though you can buy them in real life, they don't function like your average credit card. I kind of wish you could get functioning versions, though. It would have been cool. So, yeah. I think when I went to see this, I was the only one in the screen as well, surprisingly. And at the beginning, there was just a bunch of flashing lights. It could give you epilepsy. The good thing, there was, like, epilepsy warnings, like, before the film started and things. But my God, if anyone is able to handle that, jeez. Just a bunch of flashing lights before the film started and things. And yeah, I was the only one in the screen, surprisingly. I think there were more people interested in the film, but just the Pacific time slot I went to, no one was... Either they couldn't do that time, or they just didn't want to do that time, so... Yeah, I was surprisingly the only one in the screen, so... Yeah. The same day, albeit later on, I also went to see Wasteman. This is a men in prison film. Now, despite the name Wasteman, the men in this are not sort of laced. I'm not sure where the name Wasteman comes from, but despite it, it is pretty good. This is just your average prison film. I think it's British. Yeah, it's British. Yeah. But this prison, I'm surprised. I always thought in prison you don't have access to electronics like your consoles and things, but there are shots where some prisoners are playing, like, the Nintendo Switch. And I'm thinking, oh my God, this must be the best prison ever, because you get to play your electronics even when you've been arrested and you're charged with things. Either that, or it could just be for the film, and then in real life you don't get prison like that, but... Because I don't think this is based on a true story, it's just a fictional story, I assume. So, So, yeah, it is quite brutal as well, but it's brilliant, I'd say. It is brilliant. That's all I can pretty much say about Wasteman and things. Green Book, I think this is one of the last few old releases that came in the award seasons. The award season stuff after this was strictly new releases that won the awards. But this is the last of the old set. I think this is based on it's based on a true story of a 1962 tour, with these two people, but the story is dramatized to be a comedy film as well, and there are bits in there that kind of made me laugh a bit. Viggo Mortensen's performance is brilliant in this. I'd say it literally won Best Picture of 2018, I believe. This. And the fact that this won best, I think it won Best Picture of 2018. It got, like, the most Oscars and things. So, like, I don't know. I'm not sure why it's called Green Book, because it's not really about a book to say. I think there is a book involved, but there's not really much about the book in there, if there was. So, like, I think my favourite scene is when Viggo Mortensen's character is, I think he ate, like, a KFC, or something like KFC, and he throws it out the car, and then the other character is like, oh, pick it up, and they drive backwards to then pick it up off the ground. That was the best part, to be fair. It tells you that littering is not good, so it's basically teaching people that littering isn't good. That's the best way to show it, honestly. Anyways, Send Help. Although this released a month before I went to see it, it took me just a month to watch this. I wasn't expecting. The ending was not what I expected. Obviously, I won't say it for spoiler reasons for those who've not seen it, but Send Help, obviously set on an island, where two people are crashed onto an island, and they're trying to wait for help, but, like I said, the ending is not what you expect, but judging by the title as well, Send Help. It's one of Sam Raimi's films as well, so he's the guy who made the Evil Dead trilogy and the Spider-Man trilogy, and a couple of other films as well, and this is his new recent work. So yeah, it's not what I expected in the end, but it's not a bad film though, obviously. Sleep schedule is always whack, then again, not a person who's sleepy that much. To be fair, I only got like 6 hours sleep before today, so yeah. I still sleep, of course. Need to sleep at least once a day, obviously. Yeah, obviously. Okay, what's next? Crime 101. It also took me a month to see this, but I'll jokingly put it's just the 101th crime committed because of the title, Crime 101. I doubt it, but that's just a rhetorical question there. It also has 2 Marvel stars, obviously Chris Hemsworth and Mark Ruffalo. They're the guys who played Thor and Hulk, respectively. They went from their Marvel characters to crime for this film. So essentially, you got 2 Marvel characters committing crime now. Not really, just the actors in a film, but so I do think this film was great though. Still not the best crime film of this year. There were great ones. Heroes becoming criminals, indeed. Though I think there are many other films where there are examples of that, where actors known for playing superheroes, but they play supervillains in other things. I think this is just one of the... Well, technically they're not villains in this, because if it's a crime film, you can't really say who's a villain or not, for the most part, but still. I can't remember what the 101 part of the title is about, but the word crime in the title definitely says it all. Anyways, moving on. Scream 7, not the greatest one in the series, but I still didn't. I still didn't hate it either. I don't think it's the best Scream film. Obviously, it's the worst reviewed one in the series. They even review this worse than the third one, which came out back in 2000. And I honestly prefer Scream 6 to this, despite Scream 6 not having Neve Campbell. At least she returned in this. But even then, some stuff about this film just not make sense. The killer reveals are the worst in this one compared to the others. Obviously, won't reveal them here, but it is one of the worst in the series. The killer reveals at the end. And I think there is use of AI in this film as well. Like not AI to create certain stuff for the film, but like AI in the plot, basically. So some previously dead characters now show alive. Doesn't Mojo Jojo voice Ghostface or something? I'm not sure. I know the voice actor is Roger L. Jackson, but did he voice Mojo Jojo as well? Because I'm not sure, to be fair. I'm not familiar with that. But I know it was Roger L. Jackson who voiced Ghostface in the Scream franchise, at least. Not in other media where Ghostface is shown. Anyways, after this, how to make a killing. A tutorial. No, just kidding. It's not. It's not. Okay. It's just about a story about the killing of the Redfellows. Apparently, I'm not sure if the Redfellows were an actual family or not, or if this is based on a actual family. So, now, despite the title, How to Make a Killing, it is not a tutorial, so if you were hoping to know how to kill someone, sadly, it's not really a tutorial. I mean, it kind of does show how he kills his victims, though, so it kind of is, but it's not meant to be a tutorial. I mean, it's a movie for a start, but... I believe the main character who Glenn Powell plays is his character is on death row as well, but then in the end he gets out on death row, I believe, somehow, despite killing the Redfellows, but still. because I assume it's set in one of the states where the death penalty is still a thing. So, at least in the UK, the death penalty is never a thing. So, yeah. He did, and the whole horse in a JoJo over as well before it got banned. The JoJo got banned after Dio read something that it was in Zelda's 4th temple originally. If you know, you know. Yeah, I've not even heard of that, so I'm not sure on that. That's interesting. What's next? The Bride. The Bride, obviously based on The Bride of Frankenstein, obviously. But they made this a totally different story, and it gets a bit raunchy at times. You know, The Bride and the Frankenstein, obviously. Now, it's not a great film. This obviously bombed at the box office, but it's still enjoyable, I'd say, but it's still not my cup of tea, to be fair. But I mainly like Christian Bale's performance in this when he's Frankenstein. You can see the stitches on his head as well. It's meant to look like Frankenstein even more, so it looks even more realistic. It's like a more real version of Frankenstein, this. I've not even seen, like, the other Frankenstein films before this, because obviously this is not, like, set in a series or anything, it's just based on the fictional character. So yeah. Oh, God. I think I'll go for a few more films and then I'll take a break for a bit so I can get another drink and then we'll go back to more of the list. I'm sweating a bit, it could be the temperature in this room. What's next? One Last Deal, good old Danny Dyer. Danny Dyer's amazing. And yeah, similar to Iron Lung, it's just set in one room, basically, for the entirety. Only this is an office, and it's not a horror film, and it's not based on a video game, it's a totally new story, entirely. But unlike other films that Danny Dyer starred in, especially last year's Marching Powder, this is totally different. He's mostly just working on his laptop, and he's getting, like, emails and things of disturbing recordings. And, yeah, it's a bit questionable, but still, the whole story and what he does in his office does go out of hand eventually. So, yeah. And the fact that he drinks alcohol on the job as well. So, yeah. Hang on, fix something to eat. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah. I think I'll take a bit of a break as well after talking about this. So, yeah, it's just one of those... It's just one of those bizarre films with Danny Dyer in it, and it's just set in one room. It's nothing like The Football Factory or The Business or Marching Powder, like any other film Danny Dyer has starred in. It's just one of those simple one-room only rooms films for just so happens to have Danny Dyer in it. So, yeah. Okay, there's nothing much to say about this. Right, I'm gonna just take a minor break. I don't have, like, a proper intermission screen, but I'll just do it like that, and I'll be back. I'm just gonna get another drink and things. Right. Be back! Okay, back. Okay. Couple messages. Might have to wait a little more, because stepbrother's fixing his food first. Right. Okay. So I guess I have to wait longer. Yeah. Okay. Right. Right, back to this. I was just getting another drink. Oh, I've left my tea bag. I forgot to bring the tea bag down. Anyways. Project Hail Mary was next. This is a brand new film, obviously. Really long. I saw this with my father. And it's basically where the main character, played by Ryan Gosling, becomes mates with a rock character. Literally just a rock character. And it's obviously in space as well. It is interesting how much sci-fi films we're getting this year, and this is considered one of the best sci-fi films this year so far. I think, at least. There's a lot of acclaim for this film, going on, at least. Who knows, it could win the awards, I don't know. Nothing much to say about this, it's mostly just space, again. But yeah. William Shakespeare's Romeo plus Juliet. Obviously, I think it's still pronounced Romeo and Juliet, not Romeo plus Juliet, but... So that's how it's stylized. 30th anniversary, and it's also part of the Baz Luhrmann season, which they only included 3 films in that season. I only went to see this, and this is the last one they included. It's also technically the second film in the Red Curtain trilogy. So after Strictly Ballroom and before Moulin Rouge. I think that also got re-released, but I didn't go to that one. This Romeo and Juliet adaptation, I was not expecting it at all. Because I've also seen the 60s one, and that I think was a bit more accurate. But this is more modern, basically. It's like a modernized version of it. It combines the Romeo and Juliet story with gun violence and things. It's basically a crime film, essentially. I was not expecting it at all. I was expecting it to be similar to the 60s one, just with Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes in it. I was not expecting it to be crime as well, like this. But overall, it is amazing, I have to say. I think that's why people consider it the best version. So, yeah, it's one of DiCaprio's earlier roles. This was before Titanic, and I've still not seen Titanic right as of now. But this is one of his earlier roles. I think he does have roles earlier than this as well, like the Basketball Diaries and things, but still, before Titanic, I mean, he was famous for that. He was famous for Romeo and Juliet, essentially. Maybe the Basketball Diaries as well in other films like that, but still. Here we go. Ferris Bueller's Day Off, another 1986 movie. From 40th anniversary re-release. Told you we're getting a lot of more 86 releases. And this is essentially one of those films where you watch it and you think, I should do this to skip school. Because he basically pretends to be sick and, decides to have a day off because he's not actually sick. He's really just using it as a big excuse to skip school. It's amazing, but... And he gets away with it, essentially. Sort of. And like, near the end, he has to run back to his house just to get to the end. That is so amazing, that part. And I have not seen the film before this, so yeah, it was an amazing experience. Honestly, I wish I had done this to skip school, because school sucks, to be fair. Anyways, another 86 release with Little Shop of Horrors, the musical version, not just the standard film like the one from 1960. This is a musical version of the story, and my god, this is also bizarre and weird. The singing plant, especially. It almost reminds me of the, I think one of those Japanese commercials for Super Mario RPG, the original Super Nintendo one, where it had singing piranha plants. And I think this also kind of predicted Super Mario Bros. Wonder, the singing piranha plants in there as well. With this plant. This kind of predicted it, I assume. Because I saw this and I immediately thought of those things, so... Yeah, it was a great experience overall. I say this is way superior than the one from 1960. The one from 1960 is really short. It's like 1 hour, 10 minutes or something. Or something like that. Obviously, this version's way longer, but it's still a better story. So... yeah. I kind of like Little Shop of Horrors, it's brilliant. Ready or Not 2, Here I Come. This is obviously the sequel to Ready or Not, from 2019. Surprisingly, this one's apparently less violent because I was shocked that this one got a 15. Meanwhile, the first film is rated 18. I think one of the trailers for this second one is rated 18 as well. But I was not expecting the actual film to get rated 15, but the sequel at least. But yeah, it's basically a similar story. The main character, played by Samara Weaving, um, has to play a game of hide and seek essentially, and tries to run away from the victims. Ultimately succeeds in the end still, but not telling you how that happens. But still, and it's basically a similar thing. Only she does it with her sister this time, played by Catherine Newton. Yeah, I think this is. I honestly think this is superior to the original, with its story and that. Still, it's great. They will kill you. This title says it all. The title absolutely says it all. Now, this was extremely bloody. I'm even surprised this is even rated 15, but still. Zazie Bates' performance is amazing in this, along with a couple of other characters that star in this. It gets really bizarre at the end. I have to say, but it is absolutely, I say it's absolutely peak, despite not performing well at the box office and things. But I still recommend giving this a watch, absolutely. So, and I had to watch this before other big films come out, in case this didn't show too much. Of course this didn't show too much at my local cinema, but still. And part of the reason is because of this next film, the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Now, obviously everyone had so much hype for this. Obviously, it's Super Mario. It's the sequel to the Super Mario Bros. Movie, based on the Super Mario game series, obviously. More specifically, Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Though it has inspirations from other games as well, like Super Mario World, Super Mario Bros. 2 with some of its characters, and I believe a few others as well. So it's mostly Galaxy, but a couple of others as well. This was not as good reviewed as the first one, though. Some people kind of prefer the original, but I do think Galaxy is still worth watching as well. Obviously, I had to eat Chocolate Galaxy during this as well for a bit, because of my tasty Chocolate Galaxy trend. And yeah, it's just Super Mario Galaxy. Not much to say. It's Nintendo, and it's one of those video game adaptations this year, and it's just Super Mario. So yeah, Super Mario is peak. And now for the drama. This came out just 2 days after the Super Mario Galaxy movie. Again, Robert Pattinson is still the actor who my mother likes so much, still, ever since Twilight, and I think Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire as well, his performance in that. Now, and yes, I had to write that for no reason. Taking Tom Holland's Lady Zendaya, yeah. Obviously it's a film though, but yeah. This, now the title says it all because it is a drama, basically. Where these two get engaged and, what do you call it? It's complicated, I should say. There's not much I can say about this, unfortunately, but it is very complicated to talk about this, but yeah, it's basically a marriage story, basically. It does get messed up in a few places, trust me when you see this. Fuse! This is another crime film this year. It's one of those Sky original films. Literally a film for criminals to know the right time to commit a robbery crime, albeit still difficult to get away with. And by this, I believe it's where there's a bomb set in the ground and then a group of people are trying to get it out. But while that's happening, other people are committing crimes along the side, thinking they can get away with it. But of course you can't, because, well, the police are everywhere still. I think this is set in Britain as well, so this is technically a British film as well. Good old Aaron Taylor-Johnson's performance in this is peak, along with Theo James as well. Yeah, it is absolutely great overall. this didn't show as much at my local cinema, but it is still worth watching. I'm not sure if it's on Sky, considering it is Sky original. I assume it will be on Sky. But yeah. Purple Rain, this is the start of the Music Icon season. So the Music Icon season were just basically filmed either biopics or films that star famous musicians or famous singers, alive or dead. Purple Rain's one of them. Good old Prince, died 10 years ago, by the way. And the name Purple Rain is also the name of the song he did, and the album as well, so... And then I think the film... it's just based on them things. I think this is... Yeah, it says it's Prince's first motion picture, so... Before this, I never knew who Prince was, believe it or not. Until I heard of this film, and then I suddenly know who Prince is now. I did not know who Prince was back then, believe it or not. Not even outside of the film industry, not even as a singer as well. It's still worth watching though. Purple Rain, it's a classic film from the 80s, 1984 specifically. But the rain is not purple, even though, despite the title. It's got some great songs in it. I'd say Let's Go Crazy is one of the best songs in this, for me. I'd say. And a couple of others as well. Next up. Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm surprised I have not watched this back in 2018 when it first came out. I think I wasn't interested back then, but all of a sudden, when I heard this was getting re-released in the Music Icon series, and I was like, yes, I've absolutely got to see Bohemian Rhapsody. Because pretty much nearly everyone has seen this. And all that. This is obviously a biopic about Queen, but more specifically the lead singer, Freddie Mercury. Now, the name Bohemian Rhapsody is obviously also the name of the song as well. And, yeah, I have heard bits of this film before watching this, but not seen it before, so now I'm glad I've seen it. I kind of like it. Yo, Joseph's Movie Reviews is here. Hello there, my friend. I knew another person would join in the stream eventually. Okay, nothing much I can say about this. Next up. Straight Outta Compton, this is another one of the Music Icon season, based on a biopic about NWA, or N-word with attitude. Yes, I had to blank the N-word out. I'm not showing that full word on stream. But like most other films, it was just a theatrical version screened, not the director's cut, which is slightly more explicit. But I included the runtimes for that version anyway, and things. Now, I knew about NWA for the most part, like their music, but I didn't really hear most of their music. And then only learnt their story after seeing this film for the first time. I do, I could kind of get why the people in NWA, all the members, would have a lot of legal trouble, because obviously this was when rap music and gangster rap was kind of a controversial thing back then, in the late 80s and early 90s. I think this was strictly about them in the 80s and 90s and that. Because this obviously talks about, like, the events before, like, Eazy-E died in 95. It doesn't talk about the events, like, after that. I think it does briefly, like, through text, like, at the end, like any other biopic, but the actual events shown in the film is based on the actual scenes, I mean, is before that, and all that. Nothing much to say about that. How are you? Didn't know you were doing this. Oh, yeah, I just decided to do a stream today. It's technically my 21st birthday tomorrow, but I just decided to stream now, because I have plans tomorrow, so I won't be able to do it. Yeah, I knew, but I decided to do the some of the Cineworld list now, because if I did it at the end of the year, I will basically be just talking about these stuff for, like, nearly 5 hours or something, especially because I've been way more times this year before my birthday compared to last year. I think last year was, like, nearly 70 times before my birthday, but now it's, like, over 80. So I might as well get some of it done now, and then when I get to the end of the year, I'll continue the list. I think that's how I'm going to do it, so then it also gives more time for the stream to do other things as well. Like, I can go on the BBFC's website and things and all that. That's one of the reasons why. But still, yeah, happy early birthday, yeah. It's tomorrow, my actual birthday. But I have to stream now because I have plans tomorrow. Anyways, moving on. Stand By Me. 40th anniversary re-release, along with 4K restoration, and it's a part of the Rob Reiner celebration. Rob Reiner was a filmmaker. He actually died early last year, actually, just December of last year, so not very long ago, actually. So, and I guess they just decided to celebrate his memory by re-releasing some of his films, and the fact that Stand By Me was an anniversary anyway, so they did that. I think before this they did re-release This Is Spinal Tap again, but I saw that last year along with its sequel, Spinal Tap 2. It's sad that Rob Reiner started his career with Spinal Tap and ended his career with Spinal Tap, so yeah, he was just the guy known for Spinal Tap mostly, but he hasn't done other films as well, including this, Stand By Me. It's basically a group of kids who get lost and sad, and then they do find luck eventually. I think the plot is them trying to find a dead body, I believe. Judging by the fact that I've seen the trailer a few times before seeing this film myself, and yeah, I do think it's a classic. It is quite a sad film, but it's still worth watching at the end of the day. California Scheming, and yes, the S is meant to be a $sign. That's how the poster does it, so I might as well write it on the slideshow as well. But anyways, this is also based on a true story, and I think the only reason they did the Music Icon season is because of this new film happening, which is also based on technically sort of well, they're not really music icons, but they're based on two people, Gavin Bain and Billy Boyd, not to be confused with the actor Billy Boyd. This is not the same person; they're completely different people. But yeah, I think they kind of fake their accents in this. I think they're meant to be. I think that's why it's called California Scheming. I think they're technically people from California, but they try to fake. I don't know if it's English or Irish accents. I believe. It's one of them. Like James McAvoy makes an appearance in this as well. He's the film's director as well. So obviously I have to see this. Get rich or try lying. The poster up there. It's a weird camera angle how they made this poster. California Scheming was filmed in your town. It was filmed in your town? I actually didn't know that. Based on the outrageous story. Okay. Anyways. The Bodyguard. This is another part of the Music Icon season. Obviously starring the late Whitney Houston. Nearly everyone knew who Whitney Houston was back then. Famous singer back in the 90s. I think in the 2000s and before 2012 when she died that year. I don't know if kind of lost fame back then a bit then, but in the 90s and that, absolutely famous back then. And this was also my first time seeing this film as well here, so it's not what I expected a bit. I do like Kevin Costner's performance in this more, but I kind of like the ending more, where basically Kevin Costner's character is protecting Whitney Houston, basically. Because I think Whitney Houston's character is also a singer in this, so it kind of begs why they would cast her in the role. I think I only heard recently they were planning on a sequel to this. I think they were going to plan a sequel to this film, and that would have starred Princess Diana, the Princess of England, but they had to cancel that after her death, her tragic death back in '97. But they were actually planning a sequel with that, and obviously Kevin Costner in the role as well. So that's what I've heard at least, but obviously that never happened, that sequel, so for obvious reasons. So yeah. Doctor's back. Yeah, sorry, it took a while than you expected. Okay. Alright, what's next? When Harry Met Sally. This is another part of the Rob Reiner celebration season. you can guess what the film is about. It's just when Harry met Sally, basically, a couple of times actually. In this, I think the story is presented in a way where it's basically two old people talking about the story as well, on how these two met as well, and then it switches to the scenes on when they meet again and things. It's an interesting way of making a film, I have to say, but it is one of those classic by Rob Reiner. I have to say, it's one of his classics. Not much to say on this, but still. Michael, obviously the biopic about the king of pop himself, Michael Jackson, nearly everyone's favourite singer. And he's also actually portrayed by his cousin in this, Jafar Jackson. And I hope we get a sequel to this film one day, because this film deserves a sequel, especially when the end says his legacy continues. Either that refers to, like, well, obviously his legacy did kind of continue, even like before he died in 2009, or it hints a sequel. So I think a sequel is in development now. So, and I only say could because who knows, it could get cancelled. You don't know, but hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully we get the sequel. I don't know what they'll call it. Maybe Michael 2, Michael Part 2, or Jackson, because obviously this is called Michael. Obviously the first part of the name, and yeah. It would be interesting if the sequel was just called Jackson or something, but yeah. But this was basically, I think this is the early part of his life, when he was in the Jackson 5, and up until his Bad album, like parts of his Bad album, it didn't get to the Smooth Criminal part, so I assume the sequel would be around Smooth Criminal. I hope when they do the sequel as well, I hope they also talk about, like, his involvement in Sonic the Hedgehog 3, because he was actually involved in that game with making some music. And that's why, if you don't know what I mean, just search up Michael Jackson Sonic the Hedgehog 3. It is real. Just trust me on that. and I mean the game Sonic 3, not the movie from 2024. The game from 94. Okay. It was a good movie, though. Yeah, it was. This was a good movie, despite negative reviews from critics, but still. Yeah, I still enjoyed it. I've heard of Michael, kind of interesting, need to check it out. Oh, yeah, absolutely. A Few Good Men, another part of the Rob Reiner celebration. The title says it all, it's just a couple of good men, but one woman too, played by Demi Moore. I do like the performances of Tom Cruise and Jack Nicholson, though. Jack Nicholson's performance near the end is one of the most iconic moments in his legacy. But now, at first, I thought this was going to be like a war film, but it turns out it's actually a legal drama. It's because the poster kind of looks like they're US soldiers or something, but I kind of, but then if you look at that hammer right there, that's like a court hammer, so it's like a legal drama. So I think it is set in the old times, though. So yeah, it is a great classic. There are a few good men I know out there. God. Sonic 4 coming out next year. Yeah, absolutely. I'll be waiting for that. Okay. What did I go after this? Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Obviously based around the Mummy franchise, but this one's more graphically violent compared to the predecessor. Well, not predecessors, but the other films like set around the Mummy universe. So it's way different than the Mummy trilogy, which all starred Brendan Fraser and all that, and definitely not the same as the 2017 one with Tom Cruise and that. This one was completely different. And obviously, you could tell it's a film directed by Lee Cronin. It's literally called Lee Cronin's The Mummy. I think when I went to see this, I was also the only one in the screen, so no one else was there. So I got the whole horror experience to myself, essentially. I don't even get how sometimes I just get an entire screen to myself. It has happened like quite a few times. I can't remember the last time it happened. It might have been this film actually, but uh, you think you only saw the first film of the Mummy? Is that in like the Mummy trilogy from 1999? That I assume that's great as well. It's Blumhouse's second 18 film since Black Phone 2. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're getting out of control with 18-rated stuff. Right. Not much else to say about Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Let's move on. Highlander, this is a 40th anniversary release. I believe a 4K restoration as well. I have never even heard of this film until I saw it getting re-released, and then I thought, oh yeah, I've got to get this a watch. I have never even heard of it. It is a mix of past and future settings, and it's basically all sword fighting and science fiction at the same time. Christopher Lambert's performance in this is spectacular, I'd say. I also liked Clancy Brown's performance in this as well. You know, Clancy Brown, the guy who voiced Mr. Krabs from SpongeBob. Yeah, he's in this as well. It's way before SpongeBob. He was in films like this. He's the main villain. I think that's his character right there with the skull on his head. But yeah, never even heard of this film until I've heard it's re-released, and I thought, yeah, I've got to get this watched. Especially if I've not heard of it. I told you there's a lot of 1986 films that are getting re-released. His face is in the poster, yeah. Yeah. I think this did get a couple of sequels. I only seen like the other sequels after this, albeit a month later. I think there's like a series after that as well, and then a couple of films like follow the series, but I've not seen the series yet, or those films. I think Highlander Endgame one of them is, but that I've not seen yet. But anyways, let's move on. Misery. This was the last one included in the Rob Reiner celebration season. This one, I think aside, although I did like his other films as well, Stand By Me, A Few Good Men, When Harry Met Sally, and the Spinal Tap films, I'd say Misery is one of his best ones for me. So the story is about a guy who is disabled, who cannot walk, basically, but he's trapped in a house. And he cannot escape, and most people assume he's missing. So the story is basically about him trying to escape. And my god, there's nothing much I can say about this, but it is still, a great film from the 90s, I have to say. Despite the title Misery, the film is not a misery at all. It is absolutely brilliant. I think the title is related to something that, like, because the guy in the film, played by James Caan, he's also a book writer as well, and I think I think one of the characters is named Misery, I believe. Or maybe Kathy Bates' character, I think, calls one of her pigs. I think she has like a pet pig in this film, and the name of the pig is Misery, I believe. So it could be that, but I think that's what's related. The funniest thing as well, the fact that I knew that this film got reclassified from 18 to 15, on the website, on the BBFC website and app, it showed the original 18 rating, but when the black card, it showed a bootleg black card. But it showed a 15 rating, there. And I was like, oh, yeah, that's the correct rating. Why does the website show 18 then? It's bizarre. And this did not get reclassified for a cinema release, so I find it really bizarre. But yeah, but it was a bootleg black card screen as well, so yeah, so it was not much information. It was basically just limited. It was just showing the rating and then suitable only for that. It did not even have the film's name on it or anything that black cards usually have. Okay. I know Discotheque re-released Highlander's TV show. Yeah, I think you can get the TV series on physical media at least. So, yeah, there's a good thing there. All right, what's next? Oh, I'm not even on the. Okay, The Devil Wears Prada 2, obviously the sequel to Devil Wears Prada. That only came out 20 years before this. So 2006, you got the first Devil Wears Prada. 20 years later, you get the sequel. So, would you consider it a legacy sequel? Probably not really, because it's not so many years old. It's only 20 years old. But I'm surprised that the first Devil Wears Prada did not get re-released for cinema. I had to watch the first one at home before this. But it's basically fashion design, this. Like the first one. I think I prefer this one to the original, I'd say. Even if some preferred the first one, but I think it's one of the highest grossing films of this year, surprisingly. I was not expecting it, but apparently it is. Not the top highest grossing film, but on the list so far, it's because it earned a lot at the box office. Quietly so, because it's fashion design, basically. Okay, what's next? Mortal Kombat 2, another great video game-based movie of the year. Based on the Mortal Kombat series, obviously. And the sequel to the 2021 film. And this was meant to come out in October of 2025. And I actually watched the 2021 Mortal Kombat film around August of 2025. And then only found out, while I was watching it, that the sequel got delayed to the following year. I was really preparing for this sequel. So then I only found out it got delayed, so I had to wait so many months. But anyways, yeah. I think this is way superior than the original film, though. The 2021 film. It's definitely better than the 90s Mortal Kombat films as well. The 1995 Mortal Kombat film is great, but Annihilation sucked. But the 2021 and this 2026 sequel are way superior. 2026 Mortal Kombat 2, best one overall, I'd say. I'd say it's one of the best video game adaptations this year so far. And I say so far because obviously we got at least 3 more this year. Obviously Resident Evil, Street Fighter, and Angry Birds Movie 3. I say Mortal Kombat 2 is the best one so far, with its with the way it was made and things. So, yeah. Mortal Kombat 2 was brilliant. I prefer it to the first one, absolutely. You forgot that the new Mortal Kombat movie came out. Okay. I mean, I didn't even forget it at all. I was following this release for the most part. Yeah. When it got rated in Ireland, it got rated like way before its original October initial supposed to be October release. So the film had already been rated in Ireland back then, but the BBFC didn't rate it until like I think last day in March, I believe. I think that's when it got certified by the BBFC as well. But it's interesting. It meant that the film was finished back then, but they just decided, no, we're not going to release it until next year now. So yeah. You could also argue that films just get rated early in Ireland for the most part. But yeah. Yeah, what's next? Minority Report. Part of the Steven Spielberg season. Yeah, 31st, yeah. Now, I didn't go to much of the Steven Spielberg season. There was a lot of films that went in the season, most of which I've seen already, some I haven't still, but I only managed to go for a couple. Minority Report is one of them. It's one of Spielberg's more sci-fi movies. It's also one of those examples where, although the Cineworld website showed the 12A rating, the fact that this film came out in 2002, at the time there was still no 12A rating at the time, so it was just a 12 rating back then. That's also why I just put 12 on there. So, but yeah, it's interesting that that this didn't even get reclassified for the cinema re-release, but they still reissued it anyway, and they just marketed it as a. I mean, it technically would be 12A, but still. It is an interesting sci-fi film overall. Starring good old Tom Cruise. Like I say, Tom Cruise. Nothing much to say. It's not my favourite. It's not my favourite Tom Cruise performance. I still prefer the Mission Impossible films and other films that Tom Cruise starred in, but this is still great as well, I'd say. Next. Obsession, everyone's favourite film this year. absolutely. If you go on YouTube or TikTok or whatever, you will find clips of this film everywhere, and nearly every video editor, even the recent announcement of Sony stopping physical media. I'll get to talking about that later. There are some videos using clips from Obsession, and they are so accurate. Yeah, and when I was in there was a lot of people in here. There was a lot of people in there. And at my local cinema, the film is still playing, believe it or not. As of August today, the film is still showing, I bet. Let me load up the Cineworld app now. I bet it's still playing. Where is it? Well, not showing much at my local cinema now, but yeah, but it is still showing it for a few days at my local cinema. My God, yeah, everyone loves this movie. So, yeah, a lot of memes about this as well. Now, judging by the title, it's about, well, being obsessed. It says it all. If you watch it, you just, what do you call it? It'll just blow your mind, I'd say. I think that one of the main characters, he has to grab something. It's called the One Wish Willow, I believe it's called, and he has to break it. He has to say what wish he wants, and then he breaks it, and then that wish actually happens. So, and then the wish comes true, and it just goes out of control. Almost everyone is liking the actress as well, Indy Navarrete as well. Everyone is liking her as well. Believe it or not, Indy Navarrete was actually a Twitch streamer as well before this film as well. So everyone is going back to her Twitch streams of her video game playing when she played video games and things. So yeah, another 18 rated Blumhouse film. You wanted to say, but you were 15. Yeah. Is your local cinema still showing it now? Because if it is, my God, almost everyone just wants to see this. My God. Anyways, moving on. Star Wars, The Mandalorian, and Grogu. Obviously, set in the Star Wars universe, you can tell because it's Star Wars. And it's also a continuation of the Mandalorian series, only after 3 seasons. So, and the series ended in 2023, so it took 3 years for this film. So you could technically call this film Season 4 of The Mandalorian if you could edit it in. You could edit segments of it into episodes to make a Season 4 of The Mandalorian, essentially. But because it could work that way, especially if the episodes are in random minutes. Sometimes 30 minutes, sometimes 50 minutes, but still. It could work. So we technically have an official Season 4 of The Mandalorian. And it's just a film. So if you wanted to see this in cinemas and you're not caught up on the series, you better catch up before the film. So, especially if you want to see it day one. Obviously, I didn't see it day one. I saw it 2 days after. But yeah, it's not a specifically great Star Wars film, but it's still a good film overall. I'd say. I kind of still prefer the main Star Wars films, though. The main episode ones, the Skywalker saga. But I do think Mandalorian is great as well. I've still not seen Rogue One or Solo, A Star Wars Story. Those spin-off films, and I think any other one-off Star Wars films. I think this was the only Star Wars one-off film I've seen. And The Mandalorian is also the only Star Wars series that I've watched. I've not seen Clone Wars or Book of Boba Fett or Obi-Wan or other series they've done afterwards. They've done like so many Star Wars series. Yeah. But yeah, I've got to get to other Star Wars, especially if they got a new film based on that series. I've got to get that series watched before the main series, but still. But yeah, Mandalorian and Grogu is still a great film overall. Okay. Empire of the Sun, this is another part of the Steven Spielberg season. It's also a film where Christian Bale appears in this film, and he's one of the when he was a young kid, believe it or not. Yeah, he was a really young kid back when this film came out, and this was in 1987. So by the time he went to do films like American Psycho and things, he would have been like 20s, 30s or something. I think he's in his 60s now, so he would have been like a teenager back then. So, but yeah, I think it's based around Japan as well, judging by the sun. So I think that's why it's called Empire of the Sun as well. So it's meant to be set in Japan. So it's quite long though. I was not expecting it to be 2 hours and a half, but I still managed to I still managed to get some enjoyment out of it. Christian Bale's character, especially when he was a young boy. Nothing much to say, just Empire of the Sun. Legally Blonde. This is a 25th anniversary re-release and 4K restoration. So this not only included the film itself, Legally Blonde. I'd never seen it before this. I kind of liked it, but it's not my favorite film of 2001, but it's still something that's worth watching. This specific re-release also had a 1-minute special thank you video that hosted by Reese Witherspoon, obviously the actress in this film. But after the film, there was also a sneak peek of Elle, the new series based around Legally Blonde. I think that started a younger version of the character. And I think I saw that sneak peek because I waited until the end. And I didn't even know that there was going to be a new series, so I just thought, I gave it a sneak peek. I've not even watched the series yet. I've only seen the first Legally Blonde and the second film as well. The second film was not too good though, but still. I still recommend giving Legally Blonde a watch though. At first I thought it was just about just a blonde woman's life or something. Obviously Reese Witherspoon's character, but it turns out it's like a legal drama as well, where she goes to legal court classes and things. Yeah. I think that's why it's called Legally Blonde. I think that's probably why it says in the title. So yeah, that's Legally Blonde. Power Ballad. This is basically a music film. It's not a musical though. So it's not one of those where they just sing in front of the camera while doing something. No, it's not one of those films. Not a musical, but there is music in it. Starring good old Paul Rudd again. And obviously Nick Jonas. Everyone knows Nick Jonas. He's one of the Jonas Brothers. I'm pretty sure not everyone, but most people know him. I was mostly familiar with some of Nick Jonas's music back in like the mid-2010s. And I kind of knew him again with this film, so many years later. The film itself is basically like a legal battle between who owns a specific song. I think the song is How to Write a Song Without About You. I think that's what the song called. And it's basically they fight on who really started that song. I believe it was Paul Rudd's character, but everyone assumed it was Nick Jonas's character. So, but then in the end, it's kind of revealed at the end. So, it's absolutely great comedy film. It didn't show too much at my local cinema, so it's a good thing I'd seen this earlier, before the other films that came out around that time, but still worth watching. Bridesmaids, 15th anniversary re-release. And this is basically a film where this reminds me of my mother and one of my aunts. When they are hanging out together and they act crazy. The women in this, all of them, reminds me of that. Things. It's a great comedy film as well. I was laughing my ass off through this. And when I've heard it's re-released, I've never even heard of this film beforehand, but I had to give this a watch, and I was laughing all the way through. It's just so funny. It's one of those comedy films of the 2010s, the early 2010s, which would have been in 2011 when this came out. It's funny, the bottom of the poster says, in cinemas 1 week only, yet I think at my local cinema it only showed for, I think it only shown on June 5th. I think it on June 7th as well, but I think my local cinema did not show it that day or something. Either that or I just saw things, but I saw it on that day, June 5th. But the poster says 1 week only, but I don't know if that's just a cinema thing or if most cinemas just showing this for more days as well, but yeah, it's just one of those comedy films that I just laugh all the way through. Anyways, The Amazing Digital Circus: The Last Act. This, I only just started watching The Amazing Digital Circus this year. Never really knew what it was until this year, believe it or not. And also made by Glitch, the same people who made SMG4. And I grew up with SMG4, believe it or not. Obviously, I didn't watch all episodes of SMG4 still. I was like going for random episodes and things, but and then I kind of knew they went to do other series as well, like Meta Runner, Sunside Paradise, and Murder Drones. I never really knew what the Amazing Digital Circus was until this year, believe it or not. And then I thought, oh, this is getting a cinema release for The Last Act, which was episode 8 and 9, which at the time episode 9 was brand new. I thought I gotta give this a watch in cinemas. So I watched all the other episodes. I even watched episode 8 on YouTube as well before the cinema version as well. The cinema version of episode 8 is no different to the one you would see on YouTube and Netflix. It depends on what service you prefer. But it's just easier to watch them on YouTube because it's free on YouTube. So and yeah, seeing episode 9 earlier than its YouTube and Netflix release is just great. Even though this was a limited release, I still think this was a great cinematic experience. I don't think this is ever going to be released in cinemas again. I'm surprised Glitch didn't even do that with other franchises. They didn't do like a Murder Drones movie or something, like put 2 episodes of that in there, or the same thing with Meta Runner. I think they did do season 1 of Meta Runner in a movie cut. I think they only did that because all the episodes of Meta Runner were on the SMG4 channel, season 1, and then they just put the movie cut on the Glitch channel. I think that's one of the reasons why. Also to see if they can work it out as a movie, but yeah. There is some stuff in The Last Act that could be lost media, but it has been backed up in some ways. I think there's like a talking fish at the start that thanks people for coming to this limited release, while also telling people to put their phones on silence and not spoil anything for episode 9, at the time at least. So yeah. But yeah, it's one of those interesting releases where I think it's one of the only times I went to a cinema release and actually watched a TV. Well, I don't know if you would call Amazing Digital Circus a TV series, because it is a series, but it wouldn't be TV now, would it? Because it's on YouTube for a start. You don't watch it on broadcast TV, where a series is on the cinema screen. And it actually works. It actually works on the cinema screen. Even if it means watching episode 8 again if you've watched it already. At least you're gonna get a proper cinematic experience of the Digital Circus. And you're gonna get episode 9 early, at least, before it's YouTube and Netflix released. So, yeah. And you actually saw this. Oh, great. Yeah, I saw this in cinemas as well. I'm so glad I did. And you definitely watched SMG4, then stopped around 2022 or 2023. I think that's probably when they kind of lost a bit of fame or something. I think the 2020s is when they got more family friendly and things. Maybe it's to prep for upcoming work on their Glitch channel, because for the most part, most of their series on Glitch, they're kind of family friendly, but at the same time not. Like, not to the extent that they're for adults explicitly, but they kind of stop with the language and things, the uncensored language for the most part, and all of that. So, and I think that's also one of the reasons why they ended SMG4 completely is so they could work on other franchises, like The Amazing Digital Circus, and other franchises that have still got pilots, like the Gaslighting Strix, Knights of Guinevere, and more recently Gameoverse. I still gotta get those series watched. Especially Gameoverse. Almost everyone's liking Gameoverse. So, yeah. The Fish is the same actor for Charlie from Smiling Friends. Oh, I didn't know that. I've heard of Smiling Friends, but I've not watched that yet. I've heard it's quite good, though. Okay. Anyways. The Sheep Detectives. It took me a month to see this, but you have to go do something, so you'll see me later. Alright, catch you later, Joseph. Okay, yeah, it took me a month to see this. But at least it was it's still showing at my local cinema in June time. So it's basically, it says it all, it's sheep who can detect crimes. It basically involves around the murder of the main character who Hugh Jackman plays. And the sheeps try to detect on who is the culprit. And they do find a suspect in the end. And they have to do various ways. It's a great film. I'm surprised they have like a story like this for kids, but still, it's worth watching. On the same day, albeit later, also saw Scary Movie. I like Scary Movie. Well, most people call this Scary Movie 6 because it is the 6th film in the series. It's been years since we got a new Scary Movie film. The last one was back in 2013 with Scary Movie 5, and that is the worst one ever. Some people also don't like Scary Movie 6, especially critics. This still got negative reviews. I was kind of expecting it. It's just because critics just don't like parodies and comedy films. It could also be the jokes in this, because there's a lot of questionable jokes in this. Now, not just jokes about, like, franchises, you can tell by the poster. There's obviously references to, obviously, Scream with Ghostface again, along with Officer Doofy, obviously meant to be based on Dewey from Scream. Along with other appearances, there's like Megan there, the portrayal of Megan, and then Wednesday, I believe that is, but the character's name is Tuesday in this, so basically a Wednesday reference. And then the stuff, obviously referencing the substance. And there's other like references as well. There's, I think there's a Get Out reference and Terrifier. I think there's one animated scene that's meant to reference K-pop Demon Hunters as well. And I was not expecting that at all. That scene alone. And I knew it was K-pop Demon Hunters because of the animation style. So, yeah. And the fact that what the characters were looking like. It is only one scene, though, that is based around Demon Hunters, but I still was not expecting Demon Hunters to be referenced. Especially animated as well. I think it's a combination of that Get Out reference where it sinks into the chair and then it's all animated K-pop Demon Hunter style. So, yeah. Weird name. I guess it is kind of a weird name, Sectors, but yeah. Overall, I like this movie. They recently made an extended version as well. I might have to watch the extended version as well because I think the extended version has a scene based around Squid Game, I believe. I've still not watched Squid Game, the actual series. I've got to get that watched one day. But I think there's a scene that completely parodies Squid Game with Ghostface and that as well, with the different faces. Even the red light, green light thing as well. And I think there's other extended parts as well. I think some stuff that were not in the theatrical version. I kind of knew an extended version would have been a thing, because there's some stuff in the trailer that was not shown in the proper theatrical release. But I'm going to assume they're in the extended version, maybe. Again, I've not watched the extended version myself. Maybe I'll watch that version one day and see for myself, but probably. One notable thing is that character right there when he does that with his middle finger. That was in the trailer, but not in the actual theatrical film. But I'm not sure if that's in the extended version. If it is, then I guess it's kind of been restored, so I guess it has been used after all, but again, I've not watched the extended version yet. I'm gonna have to see for myself one day, so yeah. Right after this. Bridge of Spies. This is the last film of the Steven Spielberg season. It's one of his more serious films as well. I think it's based on a true story, I believe. in the olden days. Good old Tom Hanks in this once again. Um, the extended version of Scary Movie got released on digital. Oh, right. Yeah, I've heard it's not got a physical version yet. Maybe it will eventually, but yeah. But yeah, Bridge of Spies is one of his more serious films, like I said, starring good old Tom Hanks. So yes, good old Woody from Toy Story in a true story film. Yeah, Toy Story, true story. Okay, enough of that. But yes, it's one of Spielberg's more serious tones. Judging by the poster, I believe it's set during the old war days as well. So I guess I can't. There's nothing much I can say about this film, to be fair, but it's still great. It's still worth watching, I'd say. The physical release of Scary Movie comes out September 21st. Oh, we're gonna wait. Not so, just a month away, really. Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, Booker Simpson, welcome him to the stream. Tom Hanks also did other films like Catch Me If You Can, Castaway, Forrest Gump, Road to... Yeah, he did. I think Catch Me If You Can did actually get re-released through the Spielberg season. Obviously, I saw it a year before, though, so I didn't go to see it in cinemas. And I've seen Forrest Gump in 2024 when that re-released as well. Still never seen Castaway, though, or Road to Prediction. I've not even heard of that film until now, actually. Dang, Woody sure loves appearing in movies a lot. True. Especially in newer releases. I can't really think of newer Tom Hanks releases, aside from Toy Story 5, which we'll get to, but anyways. Backrooms, another favourite of this year by everyone, based on the cultural phenomenon, the Backrooms, and more based on the web series by Kane Pixels, or Kane Parsons, his real name is. Now, I only watched the theatrical version of this. I did not watch the version with the bonus material on it, the everything must go with bonus footage one. I did not go and see that one, because that's just the theatrical version, the original theatrical film, just with bonus material after the credits. So, yeah, I didn't even know they were going to do this one until later on anyway, so I only saw it in the theatrical run, so, yeah. Obviously, I had to give the web series a watch before this, and yeah, I did not know about the web series until I heard of this film. So, yeah, despite existing years prior, since 2022, I believe the first episode was. Yeah, it's like there's so many series that I've not heard about until a specific film or event happens. I mentioned that with the Amazing Digital Circus as well. I've not heard of the series until this year. And then when I heard the last act was going out, I thought, yeah, I've got to get the series and watch for that. It's the same here with Backrooms, so not heard of that series until this year with this new film coming out. So obviously I had to get the series I watched, and then this film. Some episodes are like incredibly short though. One of them's literally like 30 seconds. I'm not even joking. You can go on Kane Pixel's channel and you'll find it in a playlist, because some of the videos are unlisted, but unless you go onto the playlist and you can watch them there. So, yeah. One of the episodes is literally like 30 seconds long. I don't even know if you consider that an episode. So, yeah, you might as well just make that as a short one day or something. With some episodes. Obviously, I think the longest is like 40-something minutes, but still. Yeah. Have you ever played on the Shrek in the Backrooms game on Roblox? No, I've not even played Roblox at all. So, I do know what Roblox is, but I've never played Roblox myself, actually. So let alone I've not heard of that Shrek and Backrooms game. Unfortunately. You never played Roblox, and you never will. Why would you not play Roblox? In Roblox, most people's favourite game. I think I will play Roblox eventually one day, but right now I've got other things to focus on, so if I get so much pressure from like friends and that and say play Roblox, then I probably will, but still. Alright, moving on to the next film. Tuna! No, not the fish, the something about piano tuners. So This is about a man who's allergic to loud sounds. He's obviously played by Leo Woodall, but he can easily crack safes easily by hearing sounds that no one else can really hear. So I guess if you're allergic to loud sounds, you can hear more of really quiet sounds. So I bet. So I'm going to click here. I bet you just hear that normally, but I bet people allergic to loud sounds will hear that louder. It's a bit like dogs, actually, when they hear fireworks and they get scared, because they hear them louder than humans. That's what that kind of reminds me of with the allergic to loud sound thing. But it's incredible how he can crack safes easily by just having the allergies of loud sounds, and but yet can hear ticks that when you're cracking safes. So that's probably why I can do it easily. So yeah, and fun fact, this did not show at my local cinema until 2 weeks after. So it took 2 weeks for this to show at my local cinema, and even then it was just for 1 week, and after that, nope, not in my local cinema anymore. So yeah. Sometimes they do that. I think it's. I don't know if it's because of the amount of screens they have. That my local cinema my local Cineworld only has 10 screens, so that's the maximum of screens that they have. And I think the other nearby one, which is slightly more far away but not too far, has like 20, I believe, at least 15, but I think there's 20 or something. So that has slightly more, so it can play more films. And it's also why those foreign films, like the Pakistan films and the Tamil films and all those films, get shown there, but not at my local cinema as much. So, and it's likely due to screen limits. So, limitations on how many screens there are. So, yeah, it is interesting. This, I think this came with a short video of both Leo Woodall and Havana Rose Liu as well. Announcing, thanking people to go to this theatrical release and things. Yeah. Best not to, considering Roblox has not been good in the last year. I have heard a lot of controversy about Roblox as well, especially with groomers and things as well. I'm not sure if it's like more recent like this year, but I have heard a lot of controversy. I think that's also why they're doing like the social media ban for under 16s in the UK next year. I don't think Roblox is included, but who knows? That could be a target one day. You don't know. Anyways, Disclosure Day, and I think one of the reasons they did the Spielberg season was to prep for this film. So, yeah, Disclosure Day, just a bunch of bizarre gibberish language, with the something like that. I can't even do it. And obviously full disclosure. So, it's another one of those Spielberg sci-fi science fiction films, and it's one of his more recent releases. Yeah, Spielberg takes like a lot of years to make a film. Like his film before this was The Fabelmans back in 2022. So it took him 4 years before his new film, and that would be Disclosure Day. And I bet it's going to take another 3 years for his next movie. I don't know what his next movie will be, but it's probably going to take so many years. Well, maybe not so many. Maybe like at least 3 years for his next film. I don't know. It's got to be something like that, surely. Depending on what the production's like. It had to be living like that for Disclosure Day. So yeah, I'm guessing it's because Disclosure Day is similar to do with E.T. and Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Yeah, it's kind of similar to them. I think more of Close Encounters. I've still not actually seen Close Encounters. I've got to get that watched one day, but I have heard of it. I think that was in the Spielberg season as well, but I never got a chance to watch it. I also didn't know what version was screened there, if it was theatrical, or special edition, or director's cut, because it didn't say. But yeah. But I think I'd say more of Close Encounters, mainly because it's like alien stuff, and even the aliens in that do not resemble ET as much. So maybe a bit of ET as well with the fact that it's sci-fi as well. Yeah, Spielberg has also done Twisters and Jurassic World Rebirth. He's done Twisters. Like, has he? Like, he's not the director, surely. He's not the director of Twist, unless he's involved in it, but he's just not the director. Because I think the Spielberg season as well included Poltergeist as well, and yet that's not a Spielberg-directed film. He's only the screenwriter of that film, but he's not the film's director. And some people are like, why did they include that film? Because it doesn't really, you don't really consider it a Spielberg film now, do you? If it's not a film directed by him. Even if there's a film that I don't know, is Spielberg an actor as well? I'm not sure if he is, but if he is, even if he's just an actor in a film, you don't really consider it a Spielberg film, especially if it's like, if he's like a background character. You only consider something like a Spielberg film if he directed the film, such as Disclosure Day. You consider that a Spielberg film, obviously. And he did Jurassic Rebirth as well. He's definitely not the director for that, unless he's just like a screenwriter for those films. He's probably just, or something like that, or the screenplay, or at least involved in them. But yeah. Okay, anyways. Boogie Nights! This is not an anniversary release, but more a 4K restoration. Obviously this would celebrate its 30th anniversary next year in 2027, because this is a 1997 release. And, yeah, this film is about... It's about a film of making, you know, one of those movies. You can tell by its BBFC certificate, 18 for strong sex and nudity. It's one of those films, and I was not expecting it before watching this. I just thought, oh, just a standard film about boogieing or something, with good old Mark Wahlberg. One of his early roles. But it turns out it's way more than that. And it's also why it's 2 hours and a half. 2 hours 50... No, not 50. 2 hours 35 minutes. So, yeah, and I was not expecting it at all. So, yeah, I can understand it. I can understand its rating. But yeah, Boogie, It's Boogie Night porn. Yeah. It's basically about making porn, yeah. Or, I'm not sure if it's specifically about making pornography movies, or if it's just, or just standard films with, that kind of sex in it, but, still. What? I bet it's about this film, innit? It's quite questionable. Wait until you see it yourself. It's best if I don't explain a lot of this film's. It's from a critically acclaimed director as well, Paul Thomas Anderson. He recently did One Battle After Another. That's critically acclaimed film of last year. And I'm surprised he did this film as well. And this, I think this was critically acclaimed as well, I believe, back in '95, but my god, it is so questionable. And it's one of those films that I never even heard of until this re-release was happening. And I think there's another film in this list also around this month, but we'll get to that as well. Alright, here, Armageddon. I have heard of this before, but not seen it until now. Armageddon, obviously a classic film, good old Bruce Willis. And it was part of the Thrill Seekers season, which they didn't really include a lot of films. They included 3 films, but I only went to 2. I couldn't go to the third one because I was starting on holiday for that one, but that would be The Martian, but still, so that's not on this list. So yeah, it's obviously a great classic. Bruce Willis, obviously. The interesting thing, though, is that this is another film that is not officially rated 12A. It's only rated 12. Yet the Cineworld app and the website showed a 12A rating, but it showed the wrong certificate on the black card. It showed a 15 certificate. I think there is one version of this film that's rated 15. I think it's the director's cut, because you can find it on their website. I think it's director's cut. Obviously, I believe it's the theatrical version shown here. But I find that bizarre, especially because I noticed that it showed trailers that are rated 15 as well. I think it showed trailers for The Invite and Evil Dead Burn, that obviously those films are rated 15 and 18 respectively, but the trailers specifically are rated 15. I'm surprised, but this is a 12 rated film. How are those trailers playing? Then I realised they put the wrong rating on the black card on. Obviously, it's not too much of a big deal, but imagine you take a young 12-year-old to see this, that wants to see this, and then they're like, wait, 15? I thought this was a 12. It's not. I thought it's going to confuse people, isn't it? So, and it also showed the bootleg black card as well. So the bootleg 15 black card as well. So, yeah. Kind of similar to what happened when I went to see Misery, only it was the opposite. So, yeah. Okay. Alright, what's next? The Invite. Now, this is a film I saw early, on unlimited screening, before its proper release in July 3rd. But I saw this back in June, so an early release. Because when you're an unlimited user, you get to see things, you can see certain films early. They don't do it with every film, they only do it with some. They've done it with this, The Invite. Invite? Yeah, now, this is a comedy film. Good old Seth Rogen in this. And if you know Seth Rogen, you know his comedy films get a bit, you know, something. A bit of the times, and this film is no exception at all. It's basically just talking about sex all the way through. Like, maybe not entirely, but a lot of the conversations are just so sexual. And, like, maybe not too explicit, but still, it's still inappropriate. It's so inappropriate, in fact, that it just makes you laugh. So, funniest movies of the year, says the poster, and the New York Post, apparently. So, on the poster. And, yeah. There's nothing much I can say about this, but it's just so weird. Especially near the end. Like, wait until you see this yourself, you gotta. Okay. Looks like I have to go now. Hope to see you again soon. I'm going to keep looking for certain things. It may be other stuff. Take care. Alright, take it easy, Doctor. Okay. Anyways. The Birdcage. This is another film I've not even heard of until now. Until this year. For its 30th anniversary re-release. And I was not expecting the content of this film at all. Despite being called The Birdcage, it has nothing to do with birds. Let alone birds in a cage, although it shows parrots in the poster up there. I don't recall seeing a single bird or parrot. Maybe in the background or something, but there's no focus of them. So, in reality, I think this is about men in drag, I believe. So it kind of reminds me of the Rocky Horror Picture Show a bit, but it's not transvestile. More likely, it's not to that extent. And this was from the 90s as well, from 1996, obviously. And again, this is something I've not even heard of until now. So when I first heard of it, I was like, oh yeah, I've got to get this watched. And I was not expecting it to star Robin Williams and Gene Hackman, both, rest in peace to both of them. And yeah, it's just one of those films I was not expecting at all. Seth Rogen did Sausage Party, Pineapple Express, Superbad. This is the end, the interview the night before, Dumb Money. I think I've heard of some of those films, and I've seen Superbad, but I've not seen the others, surprisingly. I've got to get them a watch one day. Especially Sausage Party one day, especially the series. the Foodtopia one day. Okay, anyways, next up. Masters of the Universe, obviously based around the franchise of the same name, along with its main character, He-Man. If everyone knew that back in the 80s, there was, like, action figures of this everywhere. I think my father started collecting, like, action figures of these. I think one of my oldest brothers, who was born in the 90s, he started, like, collecting, like, action figures of Masters of the Universe since the early 2000s, I believe. Before the time I was even born. So, yeah, this was very popular in the 80s. So much so that we had a cartoon, He-Man and the Masters of the Universe. I've still not watched that series. And we've also got a 1987 film that the motion picture, which starred Dolph Lundgren. I seen that. I kind of liked that, but it's not too great. I prefer this film better than the Dolph Lundgren one, but still not the best film this year. But it's still one of those films that's worth watching. I think this is one of the times where I had to not go to my local Cineworld to see this, because the local Cineworld did not show this for so long, because obviously it bombed at the box office. So I went to the one that's also closer but slightly more further to see this one. Yeah, the seats were better, obviously. I still like this film overall, but yeah, and I do prefer this to the '87 original. I do like how Dolph Lundgren does make an appearance in this, as a cameo appearance, though. Only for like one scene, though. I think he's like a gymnast in this. So it's kind of cool that he makes an appearance. So for those who have seen the Dolph Lundgren one, and they recognise him immediately. Have I heard of any fake? Have I had fake DVDs before? I don't think I have. I think when I was a kid, my father did burn stuff onto DVDs back then, but it didn't really mean they were fake most of the time. Well, I guess they would be fake, but they were obviously for the house. I think he. I don't know if he made it or if it's like something he purchased online, but there was like a Disney box set of like classic Disney films, and all the DVDs were technically bootleg because they were just burned DVDs, I think. And it was just like blank. Well, they weren't blank. They had stuff on them, but they were basically built off of blank DVD-Rs, and they had stuff written on it saying what disc number and things it is. They were obviously fake. I'm not sure if that was a real box set he bought or if he just did it himself, but I think that was the only time I had fake DVDs. Other than that, I didn't really have them. So I don't really have DVDs nowadays, but still. But yeah, that's interesting. Anyways. Edge of Tomorrow, also part of the Thrill Seeker season. And it's also literally how video games work in real life when it comes to dying and then coming back to life from a sleep to encounter future events again. So it's like, imagine I sleep now. Tomorrow's my birthday. I die sometime on my birthday. I wake up to today. Then I have to experience my 21st birthday again. That's basically what this film is. Only, obviously, with the events in this film, obviously. That's what it is. That's how easy it is to explain it. Good old Tom Cruise, once again. And Emily Blunt as well. They've got quite a performance in this. It's also sci-fi as well, I believe. Yeah, sci-fi. This was also first time seeing it, not seen it before this re-release, but it was still worth it in the end. I still enjoy this film. Not much to say, it's just great. Supergirl, this is the second film in the DC universe, the DCU, and overall it's the second Supergirl film because they only did another one back in 1984. They did more Superman films, but not much Supergirl stuff. I think they did a series of Supergirl, but I've not watched that. But that's all they really did with her. Other than that, they didn't really do much with Supergirl. And then this is the second Supergirl film overall, let alone the second film in the DC universe, which just started last year with Superman. And then we got a third DC film this year, Clayface, which will be a horror film. Looking forward to that. Now, this did not show at my local cinema for so long. I don't think it's even showing at my local cinema anymore because it bombed so hard at the box office. I guess most people just don't like Supergirl. They prefer Superman to Supergirl, but this was still a great film overall. It's not... I still think I prefer Superman, the 2025 Superman from last year, to this, I'd say. But this is not a bad film overall. Despite bombing at the box office. I don't know what the reviews were like. I think it's mixed reviews, but I don't think they were negative, so... That's one benefit of this. But the fact that it bombed so hard... I hope Clayface performs really well, because that's going to be a horror film. A horror DC film. So... yeah, there we go. Jackass Best and Last. I was absolutely looking forward to this after I first saw the trailer back in April. And immediately I was like, yes, 100% looking forward for Jackass. And I like these films a lot. I first watched the films back in 2022, and then I decided to watch the TV series for the first time, and then rewatch some of the films along with the Point 5 sequels, and Bad Grandpa for the first time, and Bad Grandpa Point 5 as well. But then Jackass Best and Last, this not only is the last main installment of the series, the 5th film overall, main film, if you're not counting the Point 5 films and Bad Grandpa, along with the tribute to, is it Evel Knievel, that other Jackass spin-off? That's only like 40 minutes long. This is a mix of old and new stunts that were shown in the previous films, along with new ones they recorded, along with never before seen footage as well. Like stuff they filmed for the TV series, but they could have not shown for many reasons. There was one that they shot in the late 90s, actually, before Jackass even started, implying that they've worked on this for a while, where Johnny Knoxville shoots himself in the chest with a cheap bulletproof vest, with a, is it a 38 caliber, I believe? And surprisingly, he never died from that, let alone get injured. So, and yet they could not show that on TV. And that was shot in 1998. It even says in this film itself, and that's shown right before the opening of the film, the intro. It is interesting to see how much they've done for Jackass. I think there's another one where they try to pretend to be prisoners who escape, and then they couldn't show that on TV either. I think at that point they tried to cancel the series overall, but in the end the series continued. They just didn't air that until this film. So I think there's also some unseen footage from Jackass Forever with Bam Margera, who was fired from that film in production. I think it's that Silence of the Lambs scene stunt, where this film now shows that footage. So, yeah. The only disappointment is that there will not be a 0.5 sequel to this film. So there will be no Jackass 5.5. So it'll be a bit like the first film, because Jackass the movie did not have a 0.5 sequel. So, yeah, so this will be like the first film, technically. So this is the total finale of the series. I don't know if we'll get... Now, it says the final main installment, so it's unknown if we'll probably still get spin-offs. Like, maybe not like Bad Grandpa, but still. But at least main films, at least, they're not going to continue now, so... Yeah. Yes, I enjoyed watching this on the big screen. It's so great. Toy Story 5. Obviously, a few weeks it took me to see this, but this is obviously the 5th film in the, well, Toy Story franchise, but it's also the first PG-rated film in the main series since the original 1995 film in the UK. I think in the US the first film was still rated G, but this is the first PG-rated one in America, I believe. And this is also, well, overall this is the second main film to be PG, but in the actual series itself it would have been third because the spin-off film Lightyear. Yeah. Oh, I've actually already explained that, the 0.5 thing. No, I don't think it actually won't. There won't be a 0.5 sequel to Best and Last. Johnny Knoxville confirmed it himself as well, that there will not be a 0.5 sequel for Best and Last. So there won't be 5.5 at all. Johnny Knoxville confirmed it himself, even before the film's release. So, yeah. It would have been cool if they did, but unfortunately they won't. Right, back to Toy Story. This one, now, I don't think this is any better than the other films in the series. I mostly grew up with the first 2 Toy Story films. A bit of the third one as well. I didn't really enjoy the third one as much as a kid. My favourite one is Toy Story 2, believe it or not. But Toy Story 5 is still worth watching as well. I think this is still superior. I don't know if this would be superior to Toy Story 4, though. Because Toy Story 4 was not bad, but... it's not my favourite, but Toy Story 5, I think, was way better than that. Obviously, it goes into the iPad technology things with a lily pad right here. And it just changes the whole plot. Hopefully, when we get Toy Story 6, it'll mark the end of maybe another set of Toy Story trilogy, because I think that the first 3 Toy Story films is meant to be like its trilogy, like the Andy trilogy, like the toy owner, and then with the new films centered around Bonnie, the new owner. I assume the 6th film might end that. I assume. If it does, then it'll be another set of trilogy for Toy Story done. But to be fair, most people say Toy Story 3 should have been the last film, but I don't think that personally. I think Toy Story 4 and 5 was still great. I preferred 5 to 4 though, to be fair, but still. And at first I was wondering, how has Woody gone back already? I thought he was been left behind, but then it turns out later on, you find out later on in the film. Yeah. And the film has a swear word in it as well. Yeah. I don't think I've heard that specific word when I first heard it, unless I've just misheard things, but and I think there's also I think there's that hippo character that goes, "You wait, you," and then it gets cut off. So it's implied, that part as well. I remember that part. I think that's one of the reasons why this one got the PG as well. So alright, so moving on. Evil Dead Burn. The title says it all. It's obviously Evil Dead, and it's burns. So now this is obviously the 6th installment. So after Evil Dead Rise back in 2023, I remember when Evil Dead Rise came out, but obviously at the time I was still 17 when that came out, and I really wanted to see that in cinemas. But at the time, not only I've not seen the other Evil Dead films at that time, but I was also not 18 at that time, so. I couldn't even see that in cinemas at all. It actually took me until this year to watch the 2013 Evil Dead film and Evil Dead Rise, way before Evil Dead Burn. So, I saw this the day it came out, and I also watched it on the super screen format at a different cinema location. I went to Hull to see this. I don't live in Hull, so, yeah. But I went there to see it when I was on holiday, on super screen, and my god, it's so epic to see on a massive screen. But super screen is basically like it's basically like a 2D screening, but just way bigger than usual, and there's way more seats. We were on the S row when I went to see it, so way high up. So yeah, it was very big. It was very big indeed. I don't think there was a lot of people there, though. I don't know if it was the limiting audience with its 18 certificate or not, or if just not many people were going that day or that specific time slot, but I think that was the only time slot at the time for the super screen. And I couldn't even select a normal 2D screening. I could only select super screen, but I'm glad I did, because super screen is actually quite good. So, yeah, it's basically just 2D, just way bigger. So if you're thinking, but I prefer 2D, you can also prefer super screen as well. Unless you rather have a smaller screen, then, yeah. Was it busy in Hull? Not too busy in the cinema itself. When I got in, it wasn't a massive queue. It must have been the time, though. But, there were quite a few people, but it wasn't packed, though. So, yeah, I could it would have impacted if it was like a family film, though, in a screen like that, though. But obviously that was Evil. But obviously I went to see Evil Dead Burn in that, and obviously it wasn't packed. So yeah. And Odeon is getting a popcorn bucket for Insidious. Are they? Oh god, if Cineworld does it, oh my god, that'll be interesting. Okay. Alright, what's next? Taxi Driver, for its 50th anniversary and 4K restoration, and this is the part of the Martin Scorsese season. And one of the famous quotes is, "You're talking to me." Now, this film I've actually watched before, but I just decided to watch it again in cinemas because it's one of my favourite films of all time back from the 70s. And I went to see, now, all of the Martin Scorsese films they're re-releasing in Cineworld are all, just so happens to be the ones I've seen already. They've not included a single one I've not seen, so chances are of me seeing them are cases of other members of the family wanting to see them. So I went to see this with my grandfather, and he had not seen this before this, and he quite enjoyed it. Um, yeah, I like Taxi Driver a lot, especially of how historical it is, and the themes in this as well. The child prostitution theme is a bit controversial, I'd say. The Jodie Foster's character, because she was 12 back then when this was filmed. Obviously, a lot older now, but still. Yeah, this was worth watching on the big screen again on the big screen. I would have. I think the first time I watched this was 2 years before in 2024, but that was at home. But seeing this on the big screen was way better. So, yeah, that's all I can say about Taxi Driver. It's just amazing. I also forgot to mention that the original Evil Dead was cut years ago by the BBC, the one from '82. Yeah, I believe, I don't think it was for its cinema release. I can't remember if it was, but for its video release, definitely it was. And then I think it was in the 2000s when it finally released uncut. So, yeah, I think they cut Evil Dead 2 as well, both cinema and home release, but then later that got uncut 18 and then uncut 15 that. I think Army of Darkness was uncut all the way through. So, also interesting, if you go on the BBFC site and search Evil Dead, the 2013 one is somehow listed as a 1981 film again. I reported that issue to the BBFC, yet they fixed it, and now, later, they incorrected it again. It shows as a 1981 film, like the 2013 one. Like, if you search it up, I'm not joking. They might correct it later on again, but last time I checked, it's still shown all the way at the bottom. So, yeah. Alright. The Odyssey. This is Christopher Nolan's brand new masterpiece, and it's absolute peak cinema. Really long, though. I was expecting it to be around 3 hours. At least it's not exactly 3 hours. It's like under that. 2 hours 53. But I guess you could call that 3 hours. But, obviously, everyone has to watch a Christopher Nolan film because, well, it's Christopher Nolan. He just makes fantastic films, and it also takes him years to make films as well. His film before this was Oppenheimer back in 2023. I didn't watch Oppenheimer back then, but I saw it 2 years later in 2025 when they did the Christopher Nolan season. I assume it's to prep for the release of the Odyssey, which would have been the following year, which has now happened. But yeah. But yeah, the Odyssey is just very historical, and I wouldn't say it's the best film. It's maybe I don't know if I can consider it the best Christopher Nolan film, because I haven't seen all of Christopher Nolan films. I've seen like most of his films. I've seen all of his Batman films. I've seen Inception, Interstellar, Dunkirk, Tenet, and Oppenheimer. I've seen all them, and then the Odyssey. But I haven't seen like his really older films like Memento and his other films. I think he's did some films in the 90s as well, but I don't know much of his films in the 90s. I think his oldest one I know is just Memento. That wasn't 2000. But those I've not seen. I've seen most of his films, but the Odyssey being the recent one, obviously. So, yeah. It's just a great film overall. It's recommended to watch this. Goodfellas, also part of the Martin Scorsese season. This is another film I've watched already, but decided to see it on the big screen. This is also one of my dad's favourite films of all time. So he wanted to see this on the big screen. So I just thought, yeah, I'll take him there. See this. Based on the book Wise Guy and the true story of Henry Hill and a couple of other criminals in this as well. This is obviously a classic from the 90s. And seeing it again on the big screen, I think I find it even better than when I first saw it. There's so much stuff that I thought I only remembered bits back then, but then later I thought, oh, there's so much that I totally forgot about this film, and then suddenly I remember them now. I might have forgotten some of it now because it's been days, but still. But Goodfellas is still worth watching on the big screen. It was still one day only, though, but... Right, now for next film, another Scorsese classic, Raging Bull. This is another film I've seen already, but I decided to watch it again on the big screen. I do understand that the film's in black and white, but But it still works, especially because it's set during the it's based on a true story by Jake LaMotta. Obviously, Robert De Niro portrays him. Most of the Scorsese films that are in the season are Robert De Niro films. I think 2 of them are DiCaprio films, but they've not been re-released yet. They're doing them this August. Yeah, this film, despite being in black and white, it's still amazing. And I even remembered some scenes when I saw it in the cinema compared to when I first saw it at home, which would have been 2 years ago in 2024. I think that's when I was going through Scorsese stuff. Yeah. I think this had a cinema re-release in 2023 because it got reclassified by the BBFC that year, and then again in 2024 for its home release, but I don't know if Cineworld did it or if I just didn't notice it, but I only just noticed it with this season happening, so that's the recent time I knew that this film was re-releasing. Yeah. I just need to drink my gin. Films am I excited for? I think I'll get to that when I finish the list, when I go through because I'm going to go on the Cineworld website and then I can look at there. You're excited for Insidious, Saturday the 3rd, yeah, Fall 2. Yeah, I know about Fall 2. You know, Resident Evil, Clayface, and Violent Night 2. Yeah, I almost forgot about Violent Night 2. I don't think we got a trailer for that yet. Hopefully when we get the trailer, because I remember watching the first one in cinemas. And Other Mommy as well, yeah. I first saw that trailer and I was like, oh my god, this looks weird. Okay. Minions and Monsters was next. This is the only U-rated film I've seen in cinemas this year so far. There might be more later on, but I don't know. And believe it or not, last year, it was also the only... I went to see Lilo and Stitch last year, the live-action one, and that's also the only U-rated film I've seen in cinemas. So, yeah. I don't really go to kids' films too much, either because I'm not interested in some of them, or just because there's just going to be so many kids in them, so, in the screens. There were swear words in Minions. What, like, in this Minion specifically, or in just, like, in the other films in general? Then again, it is Minion language, so you can't really... Because understanding Minions, it's just a bit... And it sounded like South Park, the green character. The green character from South Park? The green character? You don't mean Kyle, do you? The one with the green hat? Yeah. Okay, anyways. But yeah, this is obviously the 3rd Minions film, but the 7th installment of Despicable Me franchise overall. And it's not just monsters, but it's also about filmmaking. Now, even though I've watched Minions and Monsters, I've actually still not seen Despicable Me 4. And you would have think, oh, you would have at this point, have you? I actually haven't, believe it or not. And technically I wouldn't mind in this case, because the Minions films are just prequels. And I remember seeing, I think I've watched the first Minions film at home, and then I watched The Rise of Gru in cinemas back in 2022. I think when Despicable Me 4 came out, at the time, I was, like, not interested at the time. I think when Despicable Me 5 gets announced or something, and then I'll probably start watching all the Despicable Me films again. The main Despicable Me films, and hopefully get... Because I think I've watched the first 3, but I don't really remember much about them. Most I remember are the 3rd one, really. But, but I barely remember much of the first and second one, but I definitely have watched them a bit as a kid, but definitely not seen the 4th one. But I think when a 5th one gets announced, I'll start watching them all again, and watch the 4th one for the first time. So, yeah. Goomy. Is that the South Park character you're on about? It's because it's voiced by Trey Parker. Oh, yeah. I think Trey Parker voices a character in this as well. So, so I think Trey Parker was the voice of the villain in Despicable Me 3 as well. Then he voices a character in Minions and Monsters as well. So I guess he's well known to the Despicable Me series. So, okay, anyways. And then my last visit was yesterday for Spider-Man Brand New Day. Obviously, the new Spider-Man film, the 9th live-action Spider-Man film, the 4th installment in the franchise set in the MCU, and the 38th Marvel Cinematic Universe film overall. So now, unlike now, normally I would prefer latest installments to previous installments, but in this case, now I don't hate this film, but I still prefer No Way Home to this, believe it or not. Primarily because No Way Home has the other Spider-Man actors in it as well, and all that. But 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 Brand New Day is not bad either. I do like how the Hulk's in it. And I was surprised that the Punisher is in this. Frank Castle. I think it's John Berthel, I believe the actor is in this. I believe reprising his role in from the series, the Punisher series, also set in the MCU. And I believe the is it the One Last Kill, the television special they did for the Punisher recently this year, I believe. But yeah, that happened. And yeah, this film overall is just great, I'd say. I just watched it yesterday with one of my aunts, and we were in the same screen as I was when I went to see the other Spider-Man films at Cineworld in 2024. I was in the exact same screen, so it's bringing back the nostalgia slightly, only with a new Spider-Man film. So hopefully when we get another Spider-Man film, we'll go in that screen again. I doubt it, though, but because it kind of depends on the time slots and things, and the day, obviously, but still. Okay, and then that is it so far with the Cineworld list. It will be continued later on, obviously. I'm not going to end the stream, though. Yeah, obviously it will end eventually, but I'm not going to end it right now. That's that. And then I'll do the other parts. Then I'll do a stream again, going through the other movies after my birthday, which my birthday's tomorrow, by the way, for those who don't know, and all that. So yeah. So now I'm just gonna guess the stream is about other random things now. Okay, messages. Have I snuck into a movie screenings before? No, I've not even sneaked into a film at all before. Like, not even when 18-rated films were coming out. I didn't even sneak to them. I couldn't even take the risk, because I couldn't even take that risk due to the fact that it's just so risky. But the interesting thing is that the staff at my local Cineworld, they don't really ask for ID for me. I've only been asked for ID once, and that was last year, back in March. I think I went to watch The Brutalist, and that's an 18-rated film. That was the only time I've ever been asked, and I think the employee there was new at the time as well. Every other staff member who works there never asked me for ID. I don't know if it's because they either see me as old enough, or they're just not doing it. And if that's the case with me, are they doing it to other people? Like, are they asking others for ID? Like, clearly, imagine if I take, like, let's say my really young cousins who are like 10 or something, and I took them to a 15 film. It's obvious that they're not old enough. Surely they're gonna ask them ID for that. Surely. But for me, even when I go into films on my own, even for 18-rated films, I never get asked, apart from that one time. So it's either just a case of me getting lucky, or they're just not doing it. So, or they just can't be asked to do it. Either that, or they just always see me as old enough. So it is interesting, but still. Yeah, I know you snuck in before for Black Phone 2, yeah. Some Saturday morning cartoons get FSK 12, like the real Ghostbusters, while some anime, like Lucky Star, I Want to Eat Your Pancreas movie, get FSK 6. It is, Germany's interesting with anime a bit, especially raunchy anime and things. But yeah, for me personally, I never snuck into a film. I just couldn't even take the risk. I think I did sneak one of my cousins. At the time, she was 14, we snuck her in to see Joker, which is a 15 rated film, and the way we got her in was it just so happened to be her 14th birthday that day, and we've jokingly had a 15 sticker on her saying that she's 15 now, but in reality she just turned 14. Even then, the staff did not ID her at all. They just let her in. We did not get challenged. Oh yeah, I think that's the other time I got ID'd was for Morbius in 2022, but that's when I did not have my passport, and my and I was with my mother back then, and that's for a 15 rated film. And I think my mother kind of solved it out in the end, so I kind of got in the end, but my mother just fought for it. But still. But that was like many years. But that wasn't my local cinema either. That was a different cinema entirely. Well, I'll be back, guys. Just wait here. Okay, I'm back, guys. My apologies there. I just took the time to get another drink, so I thought do that as well. No one else is upstairs now. Okay, back to the messages. The staff were lazy on your Halloween. Oh god. I think that's why you probably easily snuck in. Can I eat your pancreas movie? It's actually FSK 0. Like, what is that? What is the eat your pancreas movie? Is it like 2? Is it like something for adults or something? Yet Germany rated it 0 or something. And your dad snuck you in. They did not get shit anyway, but you just hidden in the toilets, and that got me and just snuck into screen 4. Just careful. Okay. Was that for Black Phone 2 by any chance? Yeah, because I know some people try and sneak in ways. But I never managed to sneak in. I just couldn't even take the risk at all. Alright, I'll go through, I thought someone else was coming upstairs, but I think someone was just closing the door. I don't know if someone's coming upstairs, but... Okay. What the hell? Flushed Away's getting re-released? I didn't know that. For the family stuff. When is my next live stream? I think my next live stream will probably be the end of this year, December time, I'd say. Yeah, we've got a couple of upcoming releases here. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward for Mutiny. One night only. Fresh, I've not heard of that. Yeah, I'm surprised Practical Magic's getting re-released. Yeah, I've already seen the first one before. The first one like a month before I've heard about it getting re-released. Yeah, everyone's waiting for Avengers Doomsday and Doom Part 3. And of course the new Jumanji as well. Jumanji Open World. Obviously. Have we got booking tickets for this yet? Doomsday? No, we haven't yet. Okay. Have we got bookings for Dune yet? No, we haven't. Okay. But yeah, the Martin Scorsese season's happening. Cape Fear is tomorrow on my birthday. Yeah, I don't know if I can do Cape Fear tomorrow because I've got other plans. And things. So, yeah. King of Comedy's getting reissued as well, which I'm surprised. Wolf of Wall Street, absolutely like that film. Shutter Island, great as well, and Casino. Trainspotting's getting reissued, and La La Land. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone's getting reissued. I didn't know this until now, for its 25th anniversary. And I know about Star Trek 4 getting reissued. Do I think Doom will be 15 by BBFC? I don't think Doom Part 3 will be 15. I think it will likely be 12, 12A like the other Doom films. I think, though I'm not quite sure. It'll likely be 12 at minimum, but maybe 15, but most likely 12A, I assume, for Doom Part 3. What if Doomsday was 5 hours long? I can only imagine that, because Endgame was 3 hours. Cineworld lists this as 3 hours or 180 minutes, but I don't think that'll be the actual runtime. They've probably just taken that from Endgame. So, yeah, nothing else there. For some reason, some upcoming releases are showing in the now booking section. Oh yeah, we've got Ice Cream Man. I'm waiting for that. Ice Cream Man, obviously. Just 2 days after my birthday. Along with Super Troopers. Free. I never even heard of the Super Troopers franchise until I've heard of this film. Wait, why is it showing GB for some of these? GB Toy Story. What's GB? What? What the? They're weird listings. They've got that for Minions and Monsters as well. That's interesting. Yeah, Insidious Out to the Further, waiting for that. Oh, End of Oak Street as well. Dog Stars, Spa Weekend. Yeah. And all that. And obviously some children will be waiting for Paw Patrol as well, obviously. I wonder if they've got other anniversaries happening. Because sometimes they don't show it on the listing, but you can search them up and they'll still show them. Okay. Have they got a Pacific season happening? Later season happening? Sometimes you can find out the upcoming seasons by just searching. Oh, that's weird. The Spielberg season, for some reason, has Duel in the database. Duel. Yet, that never re-released at all. And it also says 25th of December. That's Christmas Day. And I don't think that's ever going to happen. I don't know if this was going to be included in the season and they just abandoned it, or if this is just a placeholder, but still, it would have been interesting. I've never even seen Duel either, so... Oh, there's an unlimited screening of one night only. Ish? What is that? I don't know. Yeah, sometimes it shows weird stuff when you search things. Yeah, you see the Spielberg season of Poltergeist, yet that's not even directed by Spielberg at all. Yeah, I think I wanted to see Ready Player One in cinemas. I think I remember seeing this like years before, but barely remember it. But at the time, I had my English GCSE exams happening. I think the day after was the day after this was my last English exam as well. So I couldn't see this in cinemas, so I couldn't do anything that day. So, and I couldn't even book Hulk. Hulk? I mean Hook, not Hulk. Hook. I couldn't even book Hulk at all because we were having issues booking it at my local cinema. Yeah, I never got to see AI either, or Close Encounters. Your cinema did this before putting GP on films as well. Ah, so it's not just Cineworld. I know it was only doing that for kid films though, which is bizarre. Do you think Child's Play would come to UK cinemas? Oh, do you mean like during the horror season? If they ever do that again? I know they'll do a horror season, but I'm not sure. Well, obviously these are the last year stuff. These are the stuff from last year, but I mean they could. Obviously, I'm thinking they're going to do other anniversaries. I think the first Scream might be included because that turns 30 years old this year. The original Scream. What else? I'm hoping The Frighteners gets reissued as well. Peter Jackson's The Frighteners, because I've still not seen that yet. That's basically horror as well. I can't think of anything else. The 2023 ones. And, yeah. I mean, I think they could also re-release From Dusk Till Dawn in the horror season this year as well, because that turns 30 years old as well. And I absolutely love that film, From Dusk Till Dawn. The first one, at least. I think, speaking of horror, they have the HorrorCon sometimes as well, but my local cinema never does these ones. Only some cinemas do this, but they had other films there as well. Yeah, they had From Dusk Till Dawn there, on Nightmare on Elm Street, Night of the Creeps, I've not even heard of that film. Pet Cemetery, I've heard of that, but never seen it. Then Bride of Frankenstein. Yeah. You know, Insidious will get rated in Ireland. Has it still not been rated in Ireland yet? I'm going to load up the IFCO. Has it still not been rated? No, I don't see it, no. But if it does, it'll probably be like 15A or 16. Something like that. I'm on the BVFC site as well. Have you had any empty screening lately? So, do you mean like screenings that it was just me in the cinema? Because I've been in a couple of them, yes. A couple this year. For this year, I had a whole screen to myself for The Moments, that Charlie XCX film, along with Lee Cronin's The Mummy, surprisingly. I don't remember any time after that, though. But yeah, it's BS that they took away the recently rated page. It's gone. Like, even if you change the URL, even if I change the URL, I'm going to do it here. Recently rated. You just get an error screen. They really took it away. So I'm going to have to search it for other things have been classified yet. Now, I checked End of Oak Street earlier in the stream, before I did the Cineworld list, and they've still not rated that, but have they rated it now? No, they haven't. It's only the trailer that's been rated so far. Have they rated Mutiny yet? No, they haven't. I'm not sure what that'll get. It's 15A in Ireland, so they'll probably get a 15 here. Even though one of the trailers is given an 18. But yeah. Yeah, I had one for Sisu Road to Revenge as well. That was last year, though, in 2025. I think, I'm not sure if that was the first... No, it wasn't the first time where I had the whole screen to myself. I think I had a whole screen to myself for Billy Elliot as well for its 25th anniversary. That was also last year. Only that was in a smaller screen, and Caesar was in a bigger screen. So, yeah. And I'm honestly surprised. I guess no one wanted to see that Caesar thing. It is a Finnish film, but still. It's still proper goalfest. That's what my father says. Rise of the Foot Soldier Retribution is 16. Yeah, I am honestly shocked that Rise of the Foot Soldier Retribution is rated 15. I'm honestly shocked about it. But oh, they changed the poster. Oh, that's honestly a better poster. There's Craig Fairbrass there. That means if this film is rated 15, it's got to be the death of the franchise, surely, because it's known for its constant C-bombs that the franchise is known for. This film is not going to have any of that. Because they were one of the best parts of the series. I even sometimes laughed at the other films, believe it or not, even though they're meant to be serious films, but you just can't help but laugh sometimes. And believe it or not, Rise of the Foot Soldier Vengeance was actually the first 18-rated film I've seen in a cinema. Yeah, this was actually the first 18-rated film I've seen at a cinema. And this is not including like some old films that re-released that were 18 but now 15. As for films that are still rated 18 and new releases, this was the first one, believe it or not. So then it's interesting that the sequel would get 15. So I find that really interesting. Like, Cineworld is still not showing it yet. I bet if I search it up... They've only got a page for Vengeance still, which was back from 2023. Sometimes they still have pages for films they're not even showing anymore. It's like they just want to keep it there for research purposes or something. You can still even view the trailer if you want. I don't get how the is capitalized as well, but then of isn't. That's weird. I also noticed that on the BBFC's website. You know how the words of and the are capitalized on the other pages, but then later they're not. It's weird how they didn't capitalize how they still capitalized them for earlier submissions, but then later they decided to do the proper formatting. I only started doing the proper formatting this year because I realised that's proper English. So yeah, does Cineworld have Five Nights at Freddy's pages? I can check. Five Nights at Freddy. Okay, yeah, they still exist apparently. Yeah, there's Five Nights at Freddy's 2, and then yeah, they still exist. Surprisingly, you can still view the trailers. And then there's Five Nights at Freddy's 2 as well. Obviously, they won't be playing anymore, but still. I don't know what that SS one is for FNAF 2. I think it's probably Super Screen, I assume. Why is Imaginary showing on the search results? That's not... Oh, it could be because it says Five Nights at Freddy's there. Yeah, Ready or Not 2 got 15 as well. I'm surprised with that as well. With the first one getting Ready or Not. I'm surprised that the second one got a 15. I was expecting this one to get an 18 because one of the trailers got an 18 as well. This one specifically. Like, I'm not sure. I think the 15 rated trailers are cut slightly. I'm not sure if it's the part with the exploding guy near the end of the trailer, and then it cuts to black. When I watched it in the cinema, the trailer. I don't know if it's that part that got cut for the 15, and that they thought in the trailer it was 18 worthy. That's what I think, at least. It could be that. But I think even when I went to see 18 rated films, they still showed that censored trailer. Somehow. Unless it's just because they're like the more recent ones or something, but still. Then again, these ones are like the same length. And then this one's shorter. I assume that's the one with the cut to black screen one. But yeah. And it shows other random stuff. Advert. That's the Green Band trailer. What, the 18 rated one is the Green Band one. They're going back on trailers. Yeah, because it doesn't say. It only lists trailer A, trailer B, trailer C. How has trailer B been classified first and then trailer A got rated days later? What? That's weird. Cell phone PSA. I don't remember seeing a cell phone PSA of this. Maybe it was only Pacific Cinemas. Greeting. The first trailer. Okay. So, like, the first trailer listed on here, the 15 rated one, or the trailer B is Green Band. Okay. Right. Yeah, I was going to say, because they're similar runtimes, just that one's 1 second shorter. Will you be getting GTA 6 when it comes out? Probably not. Like, not because I'm not into GTA or anything, but I just can't afford new games. Especially because the physical versions are just going to be code in a box. So, that's the truth. Okay. Yeah, with the recent announcement of Sony ending physical media production, that's like bugging everyone right now. That. But my god, But if you don't know what I'm on about, Sony ending physical games, yeah, true. For January 2028, we won't have physical media anymore for PlayStation games. So that's going to be a bummer. There's so much backlash with this, yet Sony doesn't care. Yeah, I think Sony did respond, but then later on they still don't care. They still think they're gonna do it. Yeah. There's ones were similar to Don't Breathe 2, Black Phone 2, and 28 Years Later, Bone Temple, but different though. Is that regarding like the different ratings or the like the trailer thing? Because I know like those sequels are rated 18, and then their predecessors are at 15. And things. Sucks that Sony's ending physical media. PlayStation. Like, imagine in the future, physical media ends for movies and things, and it's going to be all streaming later on. It's going to be such a hassle to get your hands on movies because on streaming you don't really own anything, even if you buy them, because they can be taken away from you at any point. Because Sony also removed like over 500 movies off of people's PlayStation systems, even the ones they bought. Specifically, they're the ones by Studio Canal, I believe. So yeah, even though they bought them before to own, they don't have them anymore, and you don't even get a refund for it. So it's just, yeah. No, sequels. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, I think with that statement as well, I find Bone Temple being 18 more interesting because because that came out just months after its predecessor, just months after the first 28 years later. And they were shot in the same production as well. They were shot back to back, so so at first, when I heard that the first year's was 15, I was expecting Bone Temple to be 15, but then I saw that Cineworld put the 18 rating on the listing before it actually got revealed. For some reason, they changed the classification date on here as well. We knew this was rated back in like December of 2025, but now they've changed it to 6th of January 2026. We know they saw it way earlier though, like a month earlier though. Like even the Fox Critics video shows was around 2025ish, and yet someone just changed the date on there to confuse people. It's just a weird glitch and things. Especially when all the trailers are rated 15, but then you get the film itself, which gets an 18. Yeah. Though the difference with Black Phone 2 is that that was shot in a different production, so for that one I was like maybe expecting 15, but at the same time it could have been 18. So, but then in the end it got the 18 certificate and things. I still prefer Black Phone 2 over its predecessor though. I've still not watched Don't Breathe and Don't Breathe 2. I think I'll get them watched at one point. So yeah, I think because I know Blumhouse also cut a couple of their horror films, but nowadays they're just not cutting any of their films for a 15 now. Either they just don't care, or they intend those films to be strictly for adults. Despite the fact that films like Obsession is being recognised by teenagers as well, and so many teenagers are liking it in other countries. So, yeah. It is an interesting one. I think they were going to cut the 2018 Halloween film initially, but in the end they decided to leave it uncut for 18. But still. Obviously, at the time, I didn't even know about the franchise back in 2018. Let alone, I was like 13 at the time when it came out as well. The haunted house films. Haunted house films. Let me search that up. Oh, I've not heard of this. Oh, but yeah, a haunted house, and then the sequel got the 18. Oh, but it's only for strong sex references. Has that been cut though? No, it hasn't. No, it's always been an 18. Okay. Oh, but the trailers are 12, so apparently kids could see the trailer for this, but not the film itself. Okay. And it just released a year after? 2013. And that was 2014, it seems. Yeah, just a year after. Oh my god, Marlon Wayans is in this. God. I've got to get these watched one day. Are these like comedy films? Oh my god, they are. No wonder why the 18 is for sex references, not violence or anything, because they sound like horror films. Oh, they are horror, but comedy as well. That says January 11th. When was this classified? On the 4th. That must have been the American date then, I assume. Then there's other unrelated films. Don't think that's related. Haunted House on the Kirby Road. Yeah, it's the same as, yeah. Only this was like years before those films, so. It is interesting when sequels get higher ratings, especially when it's recognised by the younger demographic. I know most of the time it would happen with like third installments of films. I know Child's Play is one of them. The first two are rated 15, but then the third one's rated 18. Right, yeah. And bizarrely, there's no cinema tab here. Yeah, I think the first cinema. Yeah, the first trailer is rated for a cinema release. Could this had a UK cinema release and then they decided not to, or something? Like, I don't know, but last time it was rated was in 2000. They list language as a reason, but that can't be a reason now. I don't know if this film would be 18 worthy nowadays. Honestly, I think Child's Play 3 should be rated 15 now. It was very controversial back then as well, especially during '93 after the James Bulger murder. And then they thought that the boys inspired the film Child's Play 3, like the way Chucky killed his victims would be the same way Bulger was tortured and things. Very controversial back then, in the UK specifically, because that was a murder that happened in this country. Bulger, no Bulger. You were close though, but yeah. And also around the same time that murder happened, they were also currently looking at a film called Mikey, which is a horror film, and at the time, they banned it years later because they couldn't think if they should classify it or not, because at the same time it was submitted, that's only when the murder just happened, or weeks or something weeks after. Only last year they finally classified the film, and it got a 15. But then a trailer beforehand got an 18 back in '92 for a physical media release. So there was no intention for a cinema release here in the UK. Yeah, and then Fall 2 still hasn't had the new trailer rated by BBFC yet, has it not? I bet the film itself has not been rated yet. No, it hasn't. No. Yeah, it's only the first trailer. I'm surprised, because when I find the first Fall on here, you have to go all the way down, obviously, but it's called Fall and then in brackets main. I don't know what the main part is, but I guess that's one easy way to find it. There it is. I don't know what the main part is to do with it, but still. There's some related stuff after that. Oh, my drink's still hot. the Island system has not rated full 2 yet either. Rated Foot Soldier, but no, they haven't. It doesn't seem they have. So no, they haven't yet. Yet Cineworld is not listing it either yet. No, it don't. It's not showing on Cineworld website yet. First of all, got 15A as well in Ireland. Yeah, it might get a 15A, the sequel as well, maybe 16, but it's definitely going to be one of them, surely. Okay. Because it's PG-13 rating, yeah. Maybe 15A likely then, yeah. It's only those two films that have GB on it. The other films don't have it. I don't know what that's all about. I don't know if it means anything like Great Britain or something. Probably. Yeah. With films like this, yeah, these films don't really show up my local cinema, so. Then offensive if I don't go to any of these either. Same with Insidious, yeah. I mean, it's weird because if the Insidious films got PG-13, how are some of them rated 16 in Ireland? It's bizarre. Especially when the first Insidious is rated 18 on home media in Ireland as well. I even checked that myself. I didn't even know it until I searched it recently. That's the cinema one. I think it's this one. Yeah, the home rating for the first Insidious is 18 apparently. I didn't even know it until now. Then the others are 15 on home media, which I find bizarre. That's the cinema one for Red Door. How is that one in all caps? That's weird. That one is as well with bonus material. Find it weird how only chapter 2 and 3 are rated 15A, which I find bizarre. Honestly, I think all of these films should be 15A, because I know, although they are scary, I think if they're PG-13, they should have been 15A, to be fair. In The Last Key, I'm surprised that's 16. For, quote, very strong psychological horror and threat. As if. As if. And then on here it's 15. Yeah. God, how long have I been? Nearly 4 hours of the stream, wow. I think last time when I did the Cineworld list last year, it was like nearly 4 hours when I was finishing. So it's a good thing I'm doing the first half this year, and then when I get to December, it'll be less. Well, maybe more, but it won't be the entire list. So So I thought if I do it now, some of them now, it saves time later on. Okay, let me check other. Have the BBFC rated one night only yet? No, they haven't yet. Trailer's 15. I'm gonna assume that. I'm gonna assume that'll be the film itself will be 15. First photo you can check on. Yeah. Except it's a bit difficult to find it because. What's that one? That's the cinema one. So yeah. And then to find the home one is a bit more tricky. Or does it not exist on here? Oh, it's best if I use the search feature. Where's the find feature? There we go. Okay. No, the home version page doesn't even exist on here, according to this. Spa Weekend. Oh, I've not checked that yet. Yeah, I'll check that as well. Has that been rated yet? No, it hasn't yet. No. I'm probably going to assume that the film will be 15. Probably. I think it's been. Has it been rated in Ireland? I'm pretty sure it has. Where is it? Where is it? Or is it not yet? Can't find it. I can't find it anywhere, so... No home release because it's a signature release. Oh, right. I thought they have rated Smart Weekend. Is it not showing on the page now? Yeah, let me... Weekend... Okay, it's on there. Oh, but that's the... Oh, yeah, it's the home release, yeah. They gave that 15, so it'll probably be 15 over here as well. Has, but it's off the website. Oh, so they're just not classified it for cinema release yet. I'm surprised they classified Ice Cream Man, but that's not showing on the list anymore. So... yeah, it's on there. Yeah, but it's not on the recently rated section, which is bizarre. Oh, and they also put that grid down as well that they recently added. They've rated Mutiny 15A, but could it be 15A over here? I don't know. Yeah, 15A, yeah, thought it would be. What's Holy Days? What is that? Oh, okay. Lady, what's that? Oh, okay. Just gonna nip to the toilet, guys. I'll be right back. Okay then. Right. Just went back from the toilet. It was amazing there. Not that you need to know that. Okay. Okay. Have they rated it after refreshing? No, they haven't yet. Okay. What about refreshing this page? Still no sign of a certificate yet. What about Mutiny? I know I've checked that earlier, but could happen any time. No, they haven't yet. Okay. But yeah. I mean, they have this recently releases section, but even this is not really great sometimes, because sometimes it'll show stuff that came out weeks ago. Like, The Odyssey is not really that new. It is new, but not that new. And same with Moana, that's even older. And Evil Dead Burn. So sometimes it could take, like, weeks for a really new film to come up on here. So, yeah. Yeah, I wish they had the recently rated page again, but sadly they don't. I mean, I've got to check if they fixed a bunch of pages yet, because I mentioned Dune earlier. They have not made a separate page for the 84 Dune yet, because there is an extended version in here. That 176-minute one is the extended version. They've still not separated the page for it yet. So they can't be asked to do it. Or anything. And then, have they... That biggest issue that I keep reporting about, the Puppet Master series. Nope, the pages are still corrupt. They're still not great, because you go on this page for Puppet Master 3, you click on it, it has entries for Axis Rising and Axis Termination as well. They are completely separate films, and they still not fixed the issue yet of separating them. So, yeah. Even though I emailed them about this twice, they've still not fixed it. So, yeah. You got another page for Puppet Master 3 here, implying that it was being reclassified. They got 2 pages for Puppet Master 4 here, but this one has one for Puppet Master 5 too. Then you go onto the actual page for 5. It's an earlier submission. Yeah, it's not so great on here. So, yeah, and they've still not fixed the issue. It's so bizarre. Then Lee Cronin's The Mummy. Yeah, that's one of the interesting ones where I think that... No, that wasn't the first 18-rated film in Ireland, was it? Because wasn't Dolly rated 18 in Ireland? I think it was. Yeah, that was. So I guess the 18 rating in Ireland is even rarer than that. Then oh, it's down there. Oh, that's the home version. Okay. Yeah, it is interesting on how I think initially I was sort of expecting this Mummy film to be rated 15, but after knowing Lee Cronin did Evil Dead Rise as well, I was like, yeah, I think this will be 18 actually. And then voila, I was right actually. For both BBFC and IFCO, surprisingly. I'm actually shocked about this. Yeah, in the UK, I predicted it right, yeah. I'm honestly surprised. There's just other unrelated films related to the Mummy. The Mummy. The Mummy. Okay. Because the trailers look strong, yeah, indeed. Okay, why is it when I search The Mummy on, or just Mummy, on IFCO, yeah, it comes with that Peppa Pig meets the baby experience in the search results. What? Why is that in the search results? There's nothing that says... Oh, it could be the cast thing. The cast says Mummy, Peppa and Josh. They're not the actual cast though, they're the characters. What? Have they altered their mind when they did this? I think that reminds me, actually. I think when that Peppa Pig meets the baby experience was releasing in Cineworld, I think when I first looked at the page, it had a 12A rating on the Cineworld app. I am not kidding. Obviously, it got corrected to you later on, but it's interesting how it showed as well. And I've actually got a screenshot of that. I'm surprised I've not even shared it on YouTube yet. I think I might. I think I'll share it now, actually, so then I can show it on the screen. It's a bit difficult with the camera. If I find it, it is interesting. I have to go all the way back to 2025. And remember about films like Talk to Me and Bring Her Back as well. Yeah, that was the first time I saw Talk to Me as well, in preparation for Bring Her Back, because it was made by Raka Raka, the YouTubers. I prefer Bring Her Back way better than Talk to Me, though. That was so funny, yeah. I'm just trying to look for it. Then I think I'll make a YouTube post about it during the stream. I'll do that now. I think it's around April, May time. Going through all the... okay, where is it? Because I have a lot of screenshots saved. Where is it? I can't find it. Just bear with me, guys. I'm just looking for it. It must have been April time, I assume. So many GIFs save and all. But I know I've got it somewhere on here. I've just got to find it. Oh, I forgot I had some Minecraft chicken jockey images on here as well. Oh, found it. Okay. Right, I'm gonna... I think I'm gonna have to... because it's just... I've screenshotted it on April 10th. So... let me just... because normally how I do it on YouTube is I find it on YouTube itself, but... I think for this one, I'll just re-screenshot it, and... because then it'll appear as a recent one, and then... there we go. I'll save it as a new screenshot, and then I'll post that, because it should be the same format. Okay. Oh, I forgot the YouTube app's already open for the live stream. Okay. Post. Then, that Peppa Pig thing. Okay. Okay, there we go. Alright, I'm just making a comment on it. Okay, funny thing from last year. Then did you know that Peppa Pig is now a 12A? Obviously got corrected to you later. Forgot to send it here until now. Okay, then I'll send it. Right. Okay, I've posted it on my main channel, and I'm gonna... Oh, no, don't create a new post. I'm trying to go back to my stream. Right, so then if I go back to my main channel, on your YouTube, if I go back... Holy crap, Violent Night 2 just got an official trailer 3 hours ago. Oh my god. I'll give that a watch later. Okay, right. Here it is. This is it. This is what I was on about. Peppa Pig meets the baby cinema experience, 12A. If you guys didn't know. And yeah, that's basically it. That obviously this did get corrected to you later on, but at the time I thought I had to screenshot this. Obviously, I did not watch this in the cinema because I don't watch Peppa Pig. I do watch the YTPs, the YouTube poops, because they're funny, but still. Okay, yeah. You new Let's Plays and things, and all that. Like, yeah, that is very interesting. It's a good thing I still have that screenshot saved and things. I think I'll just delete the duplicated screenshot. I've still got the original on my phone. It's just an easier way for me to send it through because it's so many months old, over a year old at this point. So, yeah. Yeah, it's so funny, yeah. I think if you search Pepper on the website, yeah, everything is rated U. So, even the baby experience. So, the 12A was just a mistake on the site. Either that or a staff employee just put that rating there temporarily or something. Which technically they didn't have to do because they had the TBC thing that Cineworld has. I'll go to Mutiny, for example. That has a TBC. It does not have a rating assigned, so they could have just left it like that for Peppa Pig. Then again, at the same time, they should have just put a U rating straight away because it was always going to be a U anyway, so... Only for very mild rude humour? Where babies come from, and there are comic references to making a baby. Okay, how is that an issue for children? What? I mean, technically, asking how a baby's made, technically, yeah, I get that, but... Because it doesn't just magically happen, we all know how it happens. We don't need it explaining here. Very mild toilet humour. What's wrong with toilet humour in front of children? You think that's not cool at all? Oh my god, Chinese text on a BBFC website. Did not expect that. Okay. Yeah, that was so funny. The 12A Peppa Pig. I think I've shown this to a couple of friends, and then one of them's like, "Oh my god, what's a 12A rate? What's a 12A Peppa Pig gonna be like? Is it gonna be graphically showing how a baby comes out of Mummy Pig, or is Peppa gonna drop the F-bomb once or something?" That's what they said. Even though with 12A you can have slightly more F-bombs, but just not too many, obviously. But still, but typically it'll be one. But yeah. But I have to share this. I might have to share this on a couple of Discord servers too. One day. So, yeah. I can't talk to me and bring her back. Okay, what are they rated in Ireland? I know Talk to Me is rated 15 and Bring Her Back is rated 18 in the UK. What are they rated in Ireland? Talk to me. What's Talk to Me rated in Ireland? Okay, that's 16. What's Bring Her Back in Ireland? Is that 16 or 18 there? Because I can't remember. Oh, it's 16 there. Oh my god. Ah, so the Irish get lucky to... the under 18s are kind of lucky there. Well, at least over 16s. Meanwhile, the British have to wait. Yeah, on the BBFC web, yeah. I mean, at the time when it first released, I didn't really know this film existed or something, so I didn't really know much about it. Talk to me. I didn't even know it was from popular YouTubers at the time as well, until I heard that Bring Her Back coming out. Obviously, I much prefer Bring Her Back than Talk to Me, because obviously the more violent approach this one has and things. The fact that Sally Hawkins is in this as well, the actress who I recognise from the Paddington films. Yeah, the part that disturbed me the most was when he was biting that knife. God. That's probably one of the most disturbing parts of the movie. Talk to me on... Is it on the Cineworld website? Or not? Let's see if it is. I don't think it's worth checking because there's so many pages, but probably. Does Bring Her Back page still exist on here? Oh my god, it does! It still exists on the website. And they've used this poster. So... That's interesting. I don't know if I can find more examples of this happening with other films where they put the wrong rating up, but aside from like films that were reclassified, and then they just show the old ratings and things. I think with Christine, which re-released in 2023 through its horror season that year, that got reclassified 15, but the Cineworld website still shows 18. I believe, if I can find it. It's hard to find out. It's specified. Just search horror season. I can find it easily that way. And then go to 2023. Yeah. Yeah, it still shows an 18 certificate here. Yeah, when I go on the BBFC website, it's been reclassified 15. I think the page was made before the reclassification, and they just did not bother to update the site. Yet the black card showed 15. I bet that confused a lot of people. Probably confused many. Good things. God, they had a horror season in 2015 as well. I'm surprised for that. Megan 2.0 and Soulmate, yeah. Interesting how it's funny how the gun in the title is not capitalized when it technically should be. Yeah. Yeah, I remember, I think this was the first film I watched in cinemas back in 2023. And I hardly went in 2023. I think it's primarily because I was on a really difficult college course. And so I was putting most of the focus on that. So I've only been rarely during that time. And then went more frequently starting June, July time. So before that, I've only been twice, and that was for Megan, and then the Super Mario Bros. Movie in 2023, and that obviously was in April. So yeah, and then 2024, I've been way more in 2025, and then so far way more this year in 2026, which I do find. And so as soon as I first saw the first Megan, I was hoping for a sequel, and then obviously we got the sequel, Megan 2.0. I actually kind of prefer 2.0, but not many people like it than the predecessor. And now that Soulmate is out, I've still not watched Soulmate yet, but hopefully I'll get it watched one day. The fact that this was going to have a theatrical release, but then went straight to video instead later on, that's kind of interesting on my part. Especially because it was filmed as a theatrical film, but then in the end decided to have a straight-to-video release. Because I think Cineworld even had a page of Soulmate briefly, but I can't seem to find it anymore. I bet it's not there now. Yeah, I searched it up and it's not there. They must have deleted it. So, yeah, they must have deleted the page entirely. But there was a page. There was a page of Soulmate on the website, and it was on the coming soon section, I believe. Only later on we realised that the film was delayed. I believe. I think later I noticed on the Wikipedia Reddit that it was like that as well. So not that. This. There we go. Yeah, originally planned, but it premiered at the Gaze Festival, so it was shown on the brief screen technically, but just not in a local cinema, just in a festival, and then went straight to video. But yeah, the full ratings info, diabolical. I have to say. Yeah, I knew this one was going to be R-rated, but I wouldn't know if it would be 15 worthy or 18 worthy. But still, 2.0 could have been 12A. I mean, I think most of it is technically 12A worthy, but they list strong violence and injury detail. But look at the more info. Stronger moments of violence include various men being impaled using metal poles, dribble blood from his mouth. I guess they deemed that's 15 worthy, and then injury details, dead bodies, severed limbs. Yeah, I don't remember seeing much of that, so technically it would have been almost 12A worthy. And then for the first one, they list threat, violence, and bloody images as the reason. So violence includes an ear being bit off. That's probably why they gave it 15. No gun. No. Okay. Of horror and sustained threat. I mean, the BBFC are too strict on horror as well. So Predator is only a 12A, and that's more violent than what wasn't expected. You mean Predator Badlands? Yeah, that's the only 12A rated Predator film, surprisingly. I was shocked that Predator Badlands got a 12A rating, though later 12 on home media. I was expecting a 15 certificate for this one, mainly because of the other Predator films. Especially because some of the trailers are rated 15 as well, well, 2 of them. And then I saw Cineworld put up a 12A rating, and I was like, wait, what? That's gotta be a mistake, surely. But then it turns out the film itself actually did get rated 12A. It's I didn't even know what to say for that, but yeah, and it's like nearly Halloween time it got rated, so I'm surprised they've not even rated Killer of Killers yet, the other Predator film that came out last year, the animated one. I think that's like more bloodier violence. That would be 15 worthy, I'd assume. And this happened with Batman as well. Yeah, with the rating being put up on the site before it actually got revealed. So happened a few times last year. Obviously with Predator Badlands, and I think it happened with Christie as well. That boxing film with Sydney Sweeney, I believe, before its official rating got revealed as well. And happening with Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair, though I think that was kind of expected because it's based on 2 films that were rated 18 already, and the one that the full combined version would get that certificate as well. But it still had the 18 certificate on the Cineworld website before it actually got rated by them. So there, guys. I might have to end the stream in a couple of minutes because I'll need to bath myself, but we're like over 4 hours anyway, but yeah. I've not really explained much of my thoughts in this, but what's that noise? What noise? It might be my parents, I believe. Either that or it's something else in the background. I'm not sure. I don't know. Did I even mute my mic or did I mute the PC audio on OBS? I don't know. I don't know. I'll look at the stream later on. I'm going to be editing the stream later on anyway, so if their voices were heard, I could cut them off. So. But yeah. Surprised I got back to that. Oh, God. How many streams have I done? This is my 6th stream. Wow. Wow. My 6th stream overall. Honestly surprised. Yeah, so many shorts. Yeah, had to make a short about Red Hot Sonic, his retirement stream, and I was on that stream as well. Obviously, tagged some funny moments as well and things. What's this picture thing? What? Oh, it takes me to YouTube Studio. And then it takes me here, back to the stream thing. Okay. Okay, then. I'll have to watch that Violent Night 2 trailer later on as well. I didn't even know it got an official trailer until now. I'm going to have to watch that later on. I wonder what BBFC certificate that would get. Has the trailer been rated yet? I need to check. Violent Night. No, it hasn't yet. It's only got the first film on here. And for FNAF 2, that has a trailer 12. Yeah, I'm surprised. All the trailers for the first FNAF are 15, but then there's at least one that's 12A. Or there's only one that's 12A, I believe. Yeah, just one. So, yeah. It's almost like they really don't want to advertise this film to children. Even though FNAF is recognised by children, because the games are rated 12 by Peggy, yet the films are rated 15 by the BBFC. I'm honestly surprised on that. So, yeah. Despite the BBFC being a most trusted system, sometimes we always think that they should have lower ratings and things. Have you seen that trailer? What the FNAF 2 12A one? I think I have, because sometimes I've been to 12A rated movies, and sometimes the FNAF 2 trailer would pop up. So yeah, I would have, yeah, because it would always pop up before the film came out. So I would have. I would have no choice otherwise. So yeah, and everything like that. And things. Oh, God. What does the trailer look like? What, the 12A trailer? I think it's similar to the 15 ones, but there's not much jump scares in them, I assume. I believe there wasn't that much jump scares in them. This one says it's 12 minutes, 2 minutes, 17 seconds. I don't know if it's similar to this one. It can't be similar to that one, surely. Well, I'm not sure if this trailer actually did show. I mean, it had to. I mean, that had to have shown, because I was on 12A rated films anyway, so yeah. But it is interesting. God, the clouds are getting dull. It looks like it's going to rain. Oh, no. I'm going to have to end the stream in a couple of minutes, because I'll need to run myself a bath. So, do at least, like, one more check on the BBFC, and I'll give the rest of my thoughts of the year, like, later in December time. Yeah, a lot of stuff has been interesting. We got the BBFC just removed their recently rated page, and so that's dead. And then obviously other things. I managed to make it like 82 times at Cineworld this year before my birthday. I think last year was like 70 something or or under 70, around that. So it looks like I'm gonna go. So it looks like I might hit like 120 something this year or something. I'll have to see. And things. And yeah, we had a couple of deaths as well and things. I know noticeable one. I know Chuck Norris died. I know that. I think after I actually heard about Chuck Norris's death when I was in college actually, and one of the tutors said it out loud, and that's how I found out. It wasn't just through the internet suddenly, and all that. Remember, Bob the Builder TV show was briefly 15. Yeah, I remember that actually. I remember another user commenting on that as well. On that, that's one of the moments I would go back to. That was when I was at my really old house as well. Well, not really old, but at a flat that I'm long gone out of. So, and shortly, like a month after that stream, was when the bedroom there totally ruined, and we had to move to an Airbnb for a bit and all that. That's besides the point. Yeah. For strong language, yeah. It is interesting when the BBFC do that. Sometimes they put things in the wrong page. Like I think one time as well, when on that stream as well, I was looking at Boys in the Hood, which the film is a 15, but they had a listing for in the bonus material section for a completely different film that's rated R18. Obviously, they've corrected that now. I think it was Boys on the Side, I believe, and they have corrected that now, obviously. So, yeah, that is interesting. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to end the stream now, guys. I'm sorry if you want to continue, but I will hopefully stream again in December time, and if not December, hopefully early January time, which will also be the 2026. It's happened with Handy Many as well. Handy Many? Never heard of that. So I'm gonna have to end the stream here. Then, so I'd like to thank you guys for joining this stream. It's been a pleasure. Hopefully, I'll see what will happen next for the future in 2026 of what films I'll be seeing at Cineworld. I do hope some films will get released there. Oh, Handy Manny. Oh, yeah. I think I've heard of that. That's a kids show I used to grow up with. I do hope some films get released in Cineworld, like Rise of the Foot Soldier Retribution, and maybe Fall 2 as well. I get the first one watched one day as well. And I can't really think of many others, but obviously the big ones as well, we all know. And hopefully by the end, I'm not sure if it'll be Christmas Day or not. I don't know, because I can't really keep a schedule, because my parents plan things all the time, and sometimes it ruins my schedule. That's why I can't really live stream all the time. That's why I'm not even doing gaming live streams either. I wish to do them one day, but right now I can't really do that. That's why I'm just sticking to video making at that point. It's just easier right now. Because even when I'm busy on that day, the video can release that day, and people can still watch it. Meanwhile, streaming, you have to actually be present. And not fake stream it either, like that murder case in Ireland, if anyone has heard of that. But yeah, he actually been found guilty this year, by the way. That's good news. So yeah, thanks for chatting with each other. Take care. Yeah. Right, I'm gonna press end stream now. Take care, everyone. I'll see you again. Hopefully, maybe December. I might maybe stream. Well, I'll let you guys know when I'll stream, but it'll likely be December time. So, and if not December, then early January at minimum. I should try and keep it out. So, one of those at least. So yeah. Take care, everyone. See ya. Bye.